Okay, I'm going to go ahead and call to order this meeting of the 7th of September 2023 City of Nashua Planning Board. Could we have a roll call, please?
Sure.
Linda?
Mayor Donches, Mike Peterson,
Present.
Scott Leclaire,
Here.
Adam Varley, Maggie Harper, Alderman Patricia Klee,
Here.
Dan Hudson,
Here.
Bob Bollinger,
Here.
Larry Hirsch,
Here.
Derek Tebow. Okay, so we have a quorum.
Okay, so moving on with the agenda, we got one more.
Adam
Adam
Varley?
Barley, yep.
Adam Varley, are you here?
Good. Yep, I hear him here. So next up, approval of the minutes. So we have the minutes from the August 3rd, 2023 Planning Board meeting. Has anybody from the board had a chance to take a look at these and want to make a motion as to whether or not they're ready for us to accept as written? Mr. Hirsch?
So moved.
All right, so we have a motion by Mr. Hirsch to accept the August 3rd, 2023 minutes as written. Do I have a second? Second by Mr. Hudson. Any further discussion by the board on the minutes? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? None, that motion passes.
Mr. Chair, I'm sorry, one abstention.
Excuse me, one abstention, and the rest affirmative. Okay, communications?
Okay, good evening, Mr. Chair and other fellow members of the Planning Board. Various communications were uploaded up until today on the website. In various items were put into place. One of the items that didn't make it tonight for 96 Wellington Street, but we did receive it, is a stamped stormwater letter. And that's about it.
Okay, thanks. So I'm going to go ahead and read the, oh, excuse me, before that, any reports from committees or liaisons? I think Meg's here, so, okay, hearing none. I'm going to go ahead and read the procedure of the meetings and hearings. So, after each legal notice of each conditional special use permit, site plan, or subdivision is read by myself, the board will first determine if the application is complete and ready for us to take jurisdiction. If we do take jurisdiction, a public hearing will begin, at which time the applicant or their representative will be given time to present an overview and description of their project. They'll speak to whether or not they agree with the recommended staff stipulations, and the board will have opportunity to ask relevant follow-up questions of the applicant or our staff. I'll next ask for testimony from the audience. I'll first ask for anybody wishing to speak in opposition or concern to a plan to come forward and speak. If you so choose, that's your time to come forward to the microphone, state your name and address for the record. And this will be a time to express your concerns or ask any questions you have regarding the plan. I'll next ask for testimony from anybody wishing to speak in favor of the plan. I'll then ask any relevant follow-up questions of the applicant. The applicant will also then be given a rebuttal period, at which time they'll speak to any of the concerns raised by the public testimony. After this is completed, the public hearing will end. The board will resume a public meeting, at which time we'll deliberate and vote on the application before us. I'd ask that everyone keep their remarks to the subject at hand and not repeat what has already been said. The board wants to be fair to everyone and make the best possible decision based on the testimony presented and considering all of our applicable approval criteria established in our Nashua revised ordinances for conditional special use permits, site plans, and subdivisions. So I thank everyone at this time for their interest and their attention. If you do have a cell phone, go ahead and put on vibrate or turn it off or something at this time. Okay. So first up on the agenda, old business conditional special use permits. This is case number A23-0062. This is ECNH Real Estate Holdings, Inc., owner. Proposed conditional use permit to allow a casino gaming facility in the former Sears retail space. This property is located at 310 Daniel Webster Highway, the Pheasant Lane Mall. So I guess there's a couple folks from the board here that want to speak first. Go ahead.
Mr. Chair, yes, I'd like to recuse myself from case 823-0062.
Okay.
And Mr. Chair, I will
similarly be recusing myself from this case.
All right. So we have the two recusals from Mr. Bollinger and Mr. Barley. Still leaves us with 5. That's still a quorum. We're going to keep moving. So, all right. So for the board, regarding this application, has anybody had a chance to take a look at it and want to make a motion as to whether it's ready for us to take jurisdiction? Mr. Hirsch?
So moved.
All right, so we have a motion by Mr. Hirsch to take jurisdiction of case number A23-0062. Do we have a second? Second by Mr. Peterson. Any further discussion on the jurisdiction by the board? All those in favor of jurisdiction?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? None. That motion passes, so we have jurisdiction at this point. So, do we have somebody from the applicant that wants to present this application?
Good evening, Mr. Chair and members of the board. My name is Morgan Hollis. I'm an attorney at Gottesman and Hollis, 39 East Pearl Street in Nashua. And I'm here representing the owner, ECL Real Estate Holdings LLC, the applicant and potential operator, ECL Hospitality Manager LLC, and the licensee holding a license for that facility. Should it be receive a conditional use permit, that's ECL Entertainment. I have representatives from those organizations here this evening should questions arise. This, as you announced, this is with regard to lot 733, map A, also known as the former Sears building in the Pheasant Lane Mall. Excuse me, if you, Linda, would be able to call up the slides,
Sure.
please.
It's going to take a second.
You received in the application package what the slides that I'm going to show, but they're slides for the audience as well as should anyone have any questions. The first slide that'll come up, I think, will be an original site plan, the Sears and the parking lots identified it, and then in order will be a vicinity area map identifying in yellow the parking, etc. And then the lot lines of this particular lot, which if any of you are not familiar with the development of the Pheasant Lane Mall, are a bit unusual, the lot lines. So, no, that's not a picture of our. So.
Let me just pull, it's going to take a second.
Okay.
Yeah, just give it a second.
As Linda's calling up, as indicated on the application, the proposal is to allow a charitable gaming facility in 169,000 square feet of the Sears building. For your information, as we get to the layout, oh, here we go. So this plan right here shows the general vicinity layout of the Pheasant Lane Mall, as you can see, and highlighted in yellow is the Sears lot, Sears building, and then all of the parking that's available are also highlighted in yellow. And we have over 1,000 parking spaces allocated to this former retail center. If you go to the next slide, please. This shows the lot line, and so you have a sense of what the lot looks like. As I said, they're rather interesting layouts. It was the way the mall was able to segregate shops for both sale and financing to be owned by the owners. This lot's frontage is on Dan Chan, and you can see that this is the lot in the city of Nashua, which is the subject of this evening. Just south of that, or at the lower end of the page, is a parking field that's also owned by my client, but it is located in the town of Tingsboro. Next slide, please. This is the exterior of the Sears building. We are not making at the current application any proposed change to the exterior. There will have to be a sign application made, which will have to meet the requirements of the sign ordinance. That will come. There may be other potential plan changes to the exterior in terms of possible overhang or possible sidewalk improvements, some of which will Because the state boundary line is 4 feet off the building line, some of which may be in Tingsboro, which we'll have to go to Tingsboro, and some of which may be here. But for this evening purposes, we have no site plan, as we're not proposing any changes. It is simply a change of use, and it falls under the conditional use permit process. Within the building itself, if you go to the next slide, please. This just was submitted in your packet, but for informational purposes, it shows the interior layout of one floor. There are going to be 2 floors. If you recall in the Sears, if you've ever been in there, there are 2 floors, and both floors will be utilized. There'll be a total of 62 tables, gaming tables. There'll be HHR machines. There will be sports entertainment, bars, and there will be 3 restaurants, and then a smaller non-sports entertainment bar. There will be an area for non-gaming games as well, video arcade type of entertainment. The proposed use falls under item 210-B of the table of uses of the City of Nashua zoning ordinance, games of chance. It's permitted in the GB zone according to the table by conditional use permit, and conditional use permits are governed by 190-33. Linda, if you could just run through the rest of the slides, so the next couple of slides. They just show that's the next floor level, and then down final one. It's a little hard to see, but it shows the 2 levels we're talking about. As I indicated, there are no changes to the site proposed, so there is no site plan being presented. There are no changes to the building proposed at this time, so there's no site plan presented. The operator of the proposed facility has 4 gaming facilities in Kentucky, so they are not new to the operation of gaming facilities. The principals involved are involved in over 30 facilities, and the management that's involved have 22 licensed gaming facilities. So this is not a first-timer. They have acquired the licenses that are necessary. One of the licenses they acquired for HHR is currently ongoing at the Lucky Moose at the Nashua Mall, and that particular aspect of gaming will transfer from the Lucky Moose to this facility, but the Lucky Moose will still remain in operation as for the immediate future. They also are the owners of the river. Again, that will remain in operation for the immediate future. So if we move to what are we here for, this is to address the CUP criteria. Conditional use permits fall under section 133 of the ordinance. If you were to refer to my letter of April 20, submitted with the original packet, I run through each of the criteria and give a very brief explanation, and I'm going to give a little bit more explanation this evening, but if you want to follow along to that letter, I typed in the exact requirement. Otherwise, you can follow in your ordinance of the exact requirements of the 8 of the 9 criteria. Criteria 9 does not apply as we're not in the downtown district. Criteria number 1 is that the use is authorized. It's item 210-B, authorized by conditional use permit in the matrix 190-15, table 15-1. Number 2, if completed, will comply with all requirements of 190-33F and specific conditions established for the building. The building exists. We're not creating a new building, so I'm not aware of any specific conditions for the building. There are conditions for the use, and I will state up front, we've read the staff report, and we agree and accept all conditions of use as presented in the last staff report, which came out this afternoon with a 5A and B change. There are 7 conditions, basically. The existing building and parking lot currently meet all codes, and any improvements in the building will have to meet all codes and requirements. Obviously, we would need to meet with the fire department to have building plans reviewed and approved, exit plans, emergency access plans reviewed and approved. There'll be up to 2,000 spaces available. They're parking in 1,000 spaces within the property owned by my client and another 1,000 available within the immediate area south of the border, as they say. And then As I indicated, the conditions of approval which are proposed by the staff report, although they have to do with uses, one might read into condition number 2 that those specific conditions have to be met, and we agree to meet them. Number 3, the building structure or use will not materially endanger the public health or safety. Once again, this is an existing structure. There's existing utility supply, including existing sewer. The sewerage will be reviewed when the building permit is tendered to be sure that the capacity that's proposed for this facility can be accommodated in the existing size piping. The proposed gaming is allowed by the ordinance and by the statute. It will have own security and will work with the Nashua Police Department to establish a protocol and a plan. In fact, that's one of the requirements of the conditions of staff, as recommended by staff, the conditions of approval, is that we would continue to work with the police department to establish a protocol and plan for safety. In this regard, we have met with the Tingsboro Police and Fire Department, as well as the planning director and the town administrator, and updated them with our plan, discussed traffic impacts, discussed safety impacts, and agreed with them that if approved, we will be back to them to discuss what their concerns might be. We also, I spoke with the Nashua Police and the Nashua Fire Department. Unfortunately, there was a snafu in a meeting that we were going to have, although the chief of police was prepared to meet. It was my mistake not getting the right date to him in time. In any event, as I've indicated to him on the phone and he to me, the only agreement that exists with the Nashua Police Department is that if approved, the applicant will need to meet with the police department to go over safety and security measures. We have provided both police and fire departments of both cities a proposed draft as to protocol, that is what happens in the event of emergencies. It also identifies the number and amount of security personnel which are proposed, the training that they undergo, and it's an extensive document. We've given it to them, and they've indicated that if approved, they will work with us and review it at that time. So I have actually presented a draft of it, but it's really something that's in progress and will have to be agreed to. And that's identified clearly in the condition of approval as presented by staff, which states, number 4, prior to the issuance of a building permit, develop a life safety police protocol in conjunction with the Nashua and Tingsboro Police Departments. This protocol should be posted on site and adhered to. So there's also condition number 6, in the event the police departments of Nashua and or Tingsboro deem it necessary for the protection of public safety, the applicant shall hire a police detail at its own expense to address any queuing of vehicles and or customers or other public safety purposes at the establishment that presents a danger to public health and safety. Again, these are the 2 items that will be the focus of meeting should there be a conditional CUP granted. But other than that, there are no agreements. There's been some speculation that there's an agreement in place. There are no agreements. These would be the conditions of approval. Next number is building structure or use will not materially endanger the public health or safety. Proposed gaming is allowed by law. The security, we've met with the police. We've agreed to meet and discuss with the police. They've voiced their concerns. The one concern that the staff received and we received from the chief of police in Nashua is that we go out and paint the state line that is, as I say, 4 feet off the building, because there is always a jurisdictional issue in an event of a police situation. Did the event occur on the New Hampshire side or on the Massachusetts side? Who is responding? Who's making the arrest? Those are the details that need to be worked out. But the first thing that they asked is that we repaint the stripe. When I went out there, there was no stripe, so it's been worn away over time. And we agree with that condition. And as I said, 4 and 6 we've agreed to as well. Historically, Based upon our review of the relevant facts, neither in Nashua nor outside of Nashua is there a record of the proposed operation type of facility being a criminal generator, as has been suggested in various comments. I think the Lucky Moose and the River have both been well-received, well-attended, and good, well-run facilities. And this would be the same. It's going to be run by a professional operation with a professional security staff and director. I would also point out that outside of Nashua, there are a number of casinos, very large casinos in Connecticut, that are also located immediately adjacent to shopping centers. One is an outlet and the other is a shopping center. And they're part of the facility. So, as I say, there's no evidence that crime spills over and might have some impact in that area or create a safety concern. Number 4, the building structure or use will not substantially devalue the abutting properties. This is an existing building and structure, so there's really no issue with whether the building and structure will not substantially devalue abutting property because there'll be no change. It's the use that we focus on. The abutting property is the mall and the various owners of the mall, including the major tenants, which own their own lots, and then Simon, which is the owner of the rest of the mall property, not owned by the major tenants. Simon also owns parking lots. Additional abutter, the closest abutter, is property which is easily identified as Zimmerman Sport and Ski Shop, which has been there for now 2 generations, and it sits at the intersection of Pheasant Lane and Daniel Webster Highway. And for those of you headed south on Daniel Webster, that's the second entrance into the mall. The first is Dan Chan, Pizzeria Uno, the second is Zimmerman's, and the third major entrance is in Massachusetts. We've received support from other owners and Simon, and no objection to the proposed use by any of the owners within the mall or from Simon's. We have met with the family that owns Zimmerman's on several occasions. The use is not objected to. There are some issues that remain. That's condition number 1 on the conditions of approval, that we have to work out the details between Zimmerman's, the city, the mall, and the property owner as to the required improvements at Pheasant Lane. And I will get to that in a moment when we get to traffic, but this is sort of a prelude to that. And we've indicated to Zimmerman's that we will be back to them with a proposed resolution and solution, and obviously they're part of the continuing discussion that will have to be ongoing to meet condition number 1 of approval. Number 5, the building structure or use will be compatible with the neighborhood and with adjoining or abutting uses in the area in which it is to be located. As I've indicated, a fair amount of the proposed use of this property are restaurants and lounges, and those exist not only within the mall but nearby. It's also pretty evident, as I indicated, that the Lucky Moose is located in the Nashua Mall, immediately adjacent to other restaurants and other retail centers. And even the other competing casino, Boston Billiards, was approved to be located in a hotel where it's really adjacent to commercial uses, other shops, other retail, and of course near Exit 1. And then finally, the out-of-state operations I referenced in Connecticut are outlets, hotels, and retail centers. This particular location, as indicated on the first couple of slides, is the farthest from anything on Daniel Webster Highway. It's also the farthest south located building in the city of Nashua. It's right on the state line. So it's as far away from having impact on any residential or any other commercial activity that might be sensitive to this as could possibly exist in this city. Number 6, the building structure or use will not have a substantial adverse impact on highway or pedestrian safety. Again, the criteria is it won't have a substantial adverse impact, not an adverse impact, but a substantial adverse impact. In this regard, let's deal with pedestrian safety. There's a parking lot It was there for the Sears. It's been approved by the planning board. There's no change. While there may be some change with regard to personal desires of the proposed operator in terms of maybe better making pedestrian safety better from the parking lot than it exists today, there's really not been a pedestrian safety issue with the design of that parking lot, and it will remain the same unless a site plan is presented and approved. Highway is a different story. Again, the standard is no substantial adverse impact, which is a little bit different impact than your average site plan, which says any impact has to be mitigated. So let me explain where we are on this. We've been working on this plan since September. The first meetings that occurred in September with the traffic engineer and the city engineer with regard to a possible gaming facility at the J.C. Penney, which is right adjacent to this, and major guidelines of how to go about a traffic study, what would be the scope of the study, how would we present it. Those were all discussed at a meeting, and then work began on that, and analysis was undertaken. Then sometime earlier in this year, the focus shifted from J.C. Penney to Sears, because Sears is an empty building. And there are no tenants, as you know, in the Sears building, and it's been empty for a number of years. Following these preliminary discussions, the traffic consultant for the applicant studied a comparable casino in Massachusetts, comparable in size, comparable in the fact that it had restaurants, but it didn't have a hotel. So that's how you sort of differentiate between casinos. Is there a hotel part of it because people will be coming and staying and different things happen there than would if they were coming for the day event. So those studies were undertaken, numbers were gathered, also used the ITE, which you're all familiar with, the standard traffic counts, data counts that are available, and looked at past trip generation. Of course, we were just coming out of the pandemic, and so we had pre-pandemic numbers, during the pandemic, adjustments for during the pandemic numbers. All of those were put into a mix, and a report came out, and it indicated that the traffic to be generated using that data was comparable to the Sears traffic at its peak. So there was really very little, if any, impact whatsoever. That was presented in the application in April. It was reviewed by the city staff, and then it was peer reviewed by a peer selected by the city staff. And there was determined to have a change of scope with a more significant traffic analysis undertaken. Different timing of traffic data was looked at, and a review of additional intersections. So further studies were performed, and updated traffic data was incorporated, and a report was generated the first week of August and presented again to the city. And the applicant within that report came to a conclusion that the facility could be accommodated with limited impacts. The applicant at that time committed to certain monetary contributions to quarter improvements for signal timing, and continue to coordinate with the stakeholders with regard to the Pheasant Lane and Zimmerman's. This was then peer reviewed in early August, and some concerns were raised. During August 2 through 22, there were additional meetings and additional review with staff and peer review. Further additional studies were requested and provided, and an updated report was then issued on August 22 and provided to the city staff and the peer review consultant. At that time, during those discussions, it was concluded that the number one requirement of the city was that this intersection of Pheasant Lane, and if you don't know about the intersection, I'm just going to give you a brief update so you have an understanding. Pheasant Lane is, as I say, the central driveway. It's also known as the driveway opposite the Costco driveway. So if you're coming from Massachusetts, you will be coming up, and you'll either come in the south entrance to the mall if you were going to Sears or that side, or you might go up to the next one and go in Pheasant Lane, and that sort of funnels you into Dick's. Or you might go to the third entrance, which is Dan Chan, and funnels you into that side Target area. That intersection has a unique quirk to it if you've ever driven through it. As you come to Zimmerman's, you stop well in advance of the intersection light. It's essentially a double intersection because Zimmerman's has an out driveway which has its own effective light signal. All other stations, if you will, of the intersection stop, and Zimmerman's can come out their driveway. Further, if you're coming south, instead of making a left turn into the Pheasant Lane, you will make a little more gradual left turn in the Pheasant Lane and instead go into the driveway, which is at the northern end of Zimmerman. So it's a bit of an unusual, quirky thing, but because of it, it's caused, well, it hasn't caused traffic incidents, it has caused some signalization and slowed down the level of service performance. And it has existed for some time, and it's been a bit of an issue, and the city has indicated since we're in the mall, we ought to address that because that is a traffic concern, and we have agreed to address that. So that is the first major thing that's come out since August 2. Engineering traffic then developed conditions of approval that they wanted, and those were all communicated to planning staff, and they've been implemented. As I say, we agree to the conditions. We believe, following the peer review, there were further discussions, as I said, I think even as late as yesterday and this morning, and we agree to the conditions. We believe that in satisfying the conditions, we can comfortably state we will not have a substantial adverse impact on highway safety. In fact, my traffic engineer tells me that I'm okay to say Pheasant Lane will in fact be an improved intersection even after our proposed use, which will increase some traffic in that area, but it will have a better level of service function. And also that the Daniel Webster Highway corridor safety will not be substantially adversely affected. Number 7, the building structure or use will not have adverse impact on the natural or environmental resources of the city. We're using the existing structure, parking, and infrastructure, and there won't be any changes that would impact any natural or environmental resources of the city. Number 8, adequate public utilities and community facilities are available to ensure the proposed use will not necessitate excessive public expenditures in providing services. Again, it doesn't say it won't necessitate any expenditure, it's excessive public expenditures. The public utilities are available, as mentioned. Private security is agreed to coordinate with both Nashua and Tingsboro Police Department and also to coordinate with Nashua Fire Department to ensure that no public funds for security, no excessive public funds for security will be necessary. That's covered under number 6, which has to do with the chief of police believes that additional police presence is going to be necessary at certain times. The applicant agrees to pay for that as needed. Again, I'll just point out we agree to meet with Nashua Fire Department as part of the build-out. I've given the fire department a courtesy copy of the proposed security plan, which has as much to do with what happens in the event of an emergency, whether it's a fire or other casual catastrophe or other emergency, not criminally related. What happens, who's there, where are the entrances and exits, and all of that protocol will be established before operations, before a building permit, in fact, can be issued. And then the final, number 9, as I indicated, use of on-street parking in downtown zoning district is compatible with existing use of on-street parking. Doesn't apply, we're not in the downtown district. So those are the 8 criteria, and I believe, as I say, we've met all the criteria by agreeing to the conditions the staff has recommended. Be happy to answer any questions anyone may have. Also have the traffic engineer here available if any questions, if anyone wants any questions. Thank you.
Okay, thanks a lot. So I have just a couple questions, and I'll kind of pass around to the board here. So the off-site improvements that are being, just summarizing those again, just so we understand them, because I think you talked about most of them, but there's the reconstruction of Pheasant Lane around Zimmerman's to improve that flow, mostly around Zimmerman's. and maybe this is a question for the traffic engineer later, you know, I mean, living here, it seems to me like that middle entrance of the mall is maybe a lower volume than the
It
north
is.
and the south.
It is.
That's just my perception, but we can get some feedback on that anyway. The other thing I was wondering about is, you talk about the police jurisdiction, things getting ironed out. I assume there's some baseline for that already?
There is.
Okay, so that's not like a new thing,
It
that's just
It is not.
reestablishing and reviewing that? I mean, this isn't like a new, the mall, I mean, obviously the mall's always been there, the parking lot's always been there, the state line's always been there. So I assume that issue is one that's been existed and been worked out.
That's correct. It's just more of a, what is this facility going to be? What challenges, if any, will it present? And it's been a dormant facility for 3 years, so things have relaxed a little bit.
Okay.
I think both chiefs indicated to me they just want to walk through the protocols, and
Okay.
so that's what I have to report.
The entrances to the facility from the interior of the mall, reading the plans, it looks like it's only one level now that enters, is that correct?
I believe that is correct. Yeah.
Okay, you just confirm that with me, maybe. And then, as far as like parking lot improvements, parking lot security, how does that work now versus how that might change? I mean, there's some, obviously, I mean, all of us on the board, I'm sure, have been to the mall, we see the security running around the parking lot, and, there's cameras out there and that kind of stuff. I get this is Tingsboro essentially any changes to the layout of the traffic in those parking lots, cameras, any site plan changes to that parking area? That's a Tingsboro thing that this board's frankly not gonna have jurisdiction with, is that accurate?
That is accurate in terms of the board not having jurisdiction.
Yeah.
I can give you, I don't know if, Linda, you're able to locate the life safety and security plan.
Yeah, I'm just wondering, like, yeah, you talked about there's review of that, I'm just trying to understand our scope, so.
Yeah, the planning board scope, my opinion is the planning board scope is limited to everything on the New Hampshire sideline.
Yeah.
However, having said that, I'll try to answer your question. There will be, is proposed as security staffing in the life safety and security plan, subject to change. Everybody's gonna have their crack at it. But as proposed, it is at least one security officer shall patrol the parking lots at all times the venue is open. So that's different in that there wasn't always a single security officer dedicated to that parking lot for Sears.
Okay.
So that's one change.
Yeah.
Also, just so you're aware, there'll be 47 security team members, 22 surveillance team members, security staff posted at each entrance, security staff roaming each floor. Security surveillance cameras will be digital and consist of 270 cameras on the lowest floor, 150 cameras on the main floor, and 8 outside cameras. Surveillance operators will monitor all aspects of the business, including the parking lots, on a 24-hour basis, 7 days a week. Panic alarms will be located at all terminals, cage PC counters, pit stands, and in service wells. Security and surveillance teams shall coordinate with Nashua Police Department to establish appropriate staffing and proper reporting and response operations. So that's what's currently presented for discussion.
Okay.
But it will not be less than that.
All right, and then there's some other conditions in here, so there's some proposed improvements potentially to Middlesex Road and the exit 91 interchange, the mall access road. Is there anybody from your team prepared to explain what those might look like, or
We can run
what things
through
are
it.
being
I can run
talked
through it,
about?
and if you have questions, Heather Monica will be here, but if you're able to find that on the screen, I think it was maybe the last plan you received from Heather.
Yeah,
But I'll give you sort of
High
a
level,
description.
what's
Yeah, high
being
level,
proposed?
and then if you have questions, she can answer it.
yeah,
So, as I indicated, we met with the town of Tingsboro, we met with the planning director, town administrator, city engineer, chief of police, and fire chief. We met on several occasions, and they raised the issue and concern. So what you're looking at right there is, in fact, the intersection. You may have to get yourselves oriented to it, but you're staring at what's called Middlesex Road. North Middlesex Road is the vertical rather than the horizontal, and the horizontal is headed left to exit 91 onto the Everett, and then to the right, the darker color is the mall access road.
Right.
And then in the lower left corner is the, I guess you would call it the AMC Theater development down there.
Yep.
So when we met with them, their main concern was, in fact, that there's only one left turn lane when you get to that intersection as you're headed north. And so everyone who comes out of the shopping area down in Tingsboro and who wants to get on the highway, either north or south, goes up to that intersection. And at the same time, all of the traffic coming from our venue may come out to that intersection. And so there's a little bit of a queuing issue there. We took a look at it, and what we determined was, our engineer said, if we can grab one of those through lanes and make it left turn, we'll have a double left turn at the signal when that signal goes through, and that will alleviate your backup problem. Recently, they've gotten an approval for a warehouse down there, and the warehouse trucks all have to come through that intersection by approval. So we agreed to look at it, and we did look at it, and we believe that this will be a resolution for their concerns. And so what we have proposed and to them is that the process is you make an application to Mass DOT, who has jurisdiction of this roadway. You can't do anything without Mass DOT. Right. We'll make an inquiry as to whether or not we can make those improvements. If we're allowed to make those improvements, we will make those improvements. So that begs the question of, well, if we're not allowed to do that, what'll happen? And we've got condition 5B deals with that. There's going to be a post-construction, post-opening analysis, and then there'll be some minor adjustments in the traffic signalization within Daniel Webster Highway in Nashua, and the applicants agreed to pay for all of that, both the study and the signalization adjustments. And those adjustments would then allow a little bit more. The concern of the city and its consultant was that if we can't make the mass improvements and people can't get through that intersection, what happens? Well, what happens is it possibly dumps a little more northbound traffic or more people coming out Pheasant Lane. That's the concern. While we don't think it's going to happen, we've agreed to study it post-construction. And whether or not we make those improvements, we're studying it. So that will allow the city to make adjustments after we construct, after we've occupied, and after the facility is up and running. Not a guesswork, but an actual change that way. So that's what's covered. In terms of jurisdiction, there's some question whether the board has jurisdiction to order an improvement in the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. But I think we've covered it legally in that it says we're going to inquire of Mass DOT, and we voluntarily agreed that if it can be made and if approved, it will be constructed within 1 year of their approval. We don't know how long that's going to take. It's a little bit longer than it takes up here, which we all know is taking a little longer, but we asked if the condition could be 1 year of approval of Mass DOT. Didn't want to get into a situation where Mass approves it. It takes them 9 months, and then we have a winter period where we can't construct and things can't happen. I think the good news, as my traffic engineer would say, is with the adjustments we're making in the system, the improvements at Zimmerman, there is additional capacity in that intersection being created. So the flow will be better, and there's room to accommodate additional traffic before this improvement gets in place.
Okay.
So we've vetted all of this with the traffic engineer and the city engineer and the traffic engineer's consultant. But that's what we've agreed to do. They've asked us to do it, and we've agreed to do it.
Okay. And just so I'm reading this right, the 5A stipulation, which is funding of the DW highway stuff on New Hampshire, Nashua side of things. Spitbrook Road timing adjustments, that's happening regardless.
That is correct.
Okay.
We are paying for that regardless.
Yeah, so that has nothing to do whether you get
That-
approval from Mass
that is
DOT
correct.
or anything like that. Yeah, okay.
And the other post-construction we're doing regardless of mass as well. We're doing a further study and funding that study. So we have improvements that we're paying for, we have a further study we're paying for, and if necessary, we're doing further adjustments,
Okay.
paying for those.
And just lastly from me, can you explain how the charitable component of this facility works? Like, what's the process? How much of it goes, who's it go to? Is it, you know, what?
I may not be the best person to explain it, so there may be an operation, my operations manager may correct me.
Whatever
but
makes sense,
Roughly 10% of the gross revenue, nightly revenue, goes to a charity that's designated, identified, partnered, whatever term you might want to call. A percentage goes to the state. I'm sorry, 10% goes to the state. Am I right on that? Yeah, 10% to the state, 35% to the charitable organizations, and they partner up, and every charity within the local region is allowed to participate if they want to. That gets paid, again, there's 35% of the gross gaming revenues, not net. And then after that, the operator pays all its bills and hopes to make some money.
Yeah, so essentially 45% of
the
the
gross
gross
revenue.
revenue goes to taxes and charity,
Correct. And then the rest goes to pay bills and profit.
or state, I should say. and-
So the hope is you're operating at a pretty efficient operation, or you're paying out a lot of gross revenue and not having much left.
All right, and maybe this is a number for the operator. You said this is the same operator as a river and
Yes.
Lucky Moose. Do you have any numbers on how much has gone to charity in the last year, 2 years? I mean, do you have some of these numbers for us?
In 2022, Lucky Moose and the River gave nearly $1.8 million to 108 local nonprofits. By 2025, the mall revenue is projected to be substantially higher. Oh, great, okay. So if that answers your question, that's the number, 1.8. Lucky Moose and River gave 1.8 million to 108 local nonprofits.
Do you have any projections for the new facility?
By 2025, the projection is they will raise nearly 24 million for charity.
Okay. All right. All right, I'll pass it off to others on the board. Alderman Clee?
Thank you. Well, my first question is relative to item number 8. You kept emphasizing excessive public expenditures, but then your sentence here says no public expenditures will be necessary for this use. Is it none will be, there'll be no public, or there'll be no excessive?
Well, you know, public expenditure, I guess there are no public expenditures other than the usual police, fire, safety that taxes pay for. We do not require any city contribution or city payment or city obligation. We're not requiring any new city amenities. Oftentimes, you know, the city might have to repave a roadway. None of that. And that goes along with the traffic amenities. We're not installing a use and then the city says, oh, well, we've got to tweak the traffic signalization. They're telling us they're going to do that and we're going to have to pay for it. So I would say there are no public expenditures other than the usual standard, you know, police, fire, rescue, whatever is covered under city services.
Thank you. I guess that's the alderman and me coming out. I start seeing dollars and
Yes.
budget going up. The other question I have is relative to the additional police presence. Typically, very recently, we're always below staff in
Yes.
our police. And I've talked to the chief and I've talked to other chiefs and so on, and this day and age, the younger officers don't want this excess duty. So that could become a problem of you having to have so much staff and so on. Is that going to be a problem for you? 'Cause I really do foresee, and the truth is, as an alderman, I don't want to put more staff on, just so that you can hire them and pay for them, because we still have to pay for their benefits.
Again, the chief of Nashua indicated that concern to me, and he said, I don't know that I have any answer. I don't control that, but I'm not asking for additional police. And so when we discussed it, I said that the agreement should be as is written here, that if you ask for it, we will offer to fund it. He said, you might not be able to get those police. You may have to go to outside towns if, in fact, we require you to have somebody. So we're aware that that may happen. Tingsboro said the same thing. So, there, you know, that's an issue that in the future, if the chief says, per that document, that we need staffing, we have to get it.
Couple more?
Yeah, go ahead.
Thank
Yep.
you, I appreciate that. Okay, so kind of keeping in with that, jurisdictional issues kind of go through my head all the time. I spoke to the chief, it's been a little while, and before I say my comment, I want to say something that he said, and he truly wanted me to make it clear. Number one is, he is always for more business coming into the city, and he has no casino issues. So I want the public to make sure that they hear that loud and clear. But there are a couple of issues that I have with jurisdiction, and that's that Tingsboro line. That truly does rile me up a little bit, and I'll give you two reasons why. One is my car was broken into at Sears, and the first words out of the Nashville Police Department was, "Where was it parked?" The truth is, it was parked, thank goodness, on the Nashville side, and I didn't have to go run to Tingsboro and do that. So that's a jurisdictional issue, depending what happened. And then when I spoke to the chief, he talked to me about a very specific case that had happened to him when he was an officer. And he probably relayed that to you, where someone went over the Tingsboro line, and there was an incident. He arrested the person, took him under custody, and lost the case in court because of a jurisdictional issue. He had no jurisdiction in Tingsboro to do this. So having said that, now I have concern with the Nashville Police having to patrol that, and what is going to be the complement between Nashville and Tingsboro. I know you did the life safety thing, but to item number 4, but where does that happen? And then I heard you just recently say that if Nashville or Tingsboro don't have enough police, you might have to get them from other places. Will those officers have jurisdictional, or will you have to call in the Tingsboro or the Nashville Police on each incident? So,
No,
I know it's a lot to
yeah,
unpack.
The answer to the last one is, well, I may not be qualified to answer it. According to what I understood from the chief, that is between the two departments. That doesn't involve outside police department. The outside police departments I was referencing was his comment to me. In order to staff any special detail, you may have to seek outside of Nashua assistance, whether it's Tingsboro or elsewhere. You may have to find additional staff. So, but that is not, in terms of calling someone in for an emergency, that's Nashua and that's Tingsboro. If it occurs in Tingsboro, Tingsboro gets the call.
May I?
Yep, go ahead.
I think I probably said it wrong then. I thought I heard you say just now again too, that if the staff could not come from the Nashville PD or the Tingsboro PD, you would have to call someone in. Are you saying that you would hire like private, which I assume you're going to have anyways?
Well, if you drive down Main Street at any time during the construction in the last several years, you would notice Milford Police Detail,
Right.
Hudson Police Detail, same kind of situation.
But, may I continue?
Yeah,
I'm
go
sorry.
ahead.
But in those cases, they can't make arrests. They're just doing a traffic detail. So in your case, if something had happened, that's what I meant by, they'd have to call the police.
I'm leaving those details to the police department.
Okay, so they're going to work that out. Again, I think my biggest concern is the true jurisdictional. If I'm not mistaken, there's a crack in the sidewalk right by the entrance, and you open that door and you're in Tingsboro.
4 feet off.
Yeah. So there's that one little line, and without a doubt. So if someone comes out of there a little too drunk or something, Nashua Police might be inside, but there's nothing they can do beyond that line.
I'm not sure that there's nothing they can do, because there are mutual aid compacts. But having said that, again, both departments raised the issue, and both departments had the same answer to me, which was, if you get approved, because there's been no activity, we'll revisit this after your approval.
And if I'll make one last
Yeah, go
comment.
ahead.
The if is what always scares me. I heard you say that Tingsboro will talk to you about the plans if it's approved. We're going to find out more about how the police situation would be handled if it's approved. And my fear is if we approve it, then what happens if the police might be happy with it, but will the city of Nashua truly be happy with it? Will the Tingsboro? Because it's an if. So I know that I'm just kind of throwing that out.
It's the same jurisdictional issues that have existed down there. And whether you have a retail use or you have a gaming use, you have jurisdictional issues. Any building, Salem's got the same problem, any city development on the state. And that requires, as explained quite well to me by both chiefs, those issues have to be worked out with the police departments themselves.
I apologize, I just like one
Yep,
more comment.
go ahead.
Thank you. I want to reiterate something that you said. I don't believe that this is going to bring a criminal element, so please understand my comments don't mean that. But you're going to be staying later, people will be drinking more, and we all know that many of us make mistakes. People in general, if they've been drinking too much or they're angry over something that happened, that's not going to be the same experience someone's going to get from a retail. So again, that's why I have this kind of jurisdictional anxiety about it, but I've said enough, so thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Anybody else from the board? Mr. Peterson?
Yeah, I have 3 questions. Will patrons of the mall and the general public be allowed to use the restaurant and bar at the casino?
If I might, I'd just like to ask my operations
Sure, go ahead.
manager. If somebody from operations could come up. 21 and over.
That was my second question. The age of admission. You don't want the high school kids coming in there doing slot machines.
No slots, HHR.
My third question is, in terms of future planning, have you thought about the ramifications if a commuter rail station went in close by to your facility?
You know, I think we thought about it because someone raised the question to us, and of course, we don't know what the future will bring. We know what it is today, and it's kind of dead in the water at the moment. But if you know where one of the proposed rail stations was up near the proposed Costco station, and the other one was as a fallback, perhaps down near this area. But it's in an area where there is substantial parking available. So casino activity occurs all day, but most of the activity, according to the ITE reports, occurs in the evenings and on weekends in the evenings. So, and it offsets a lot of the mall activity, and not the same peak times, particularly other than Saturday peak PM. So we think that that is not an issue. We understand that it may come up, and we understand that there will have to be some discussions, but if you've ever been down there, you see there are closed off lots right now. One of them is employee parking, which was dedicated by the mall. I believe my recollection was it was used maybe 1 or 2 first couple of years, where the employees were all parked there to allow parking up by the mall, and after that, the parking overflow never really occurred. It's been an excess lot. And then in addition, the mall owners own an excess lot down there, and again, that's another fenced-off lot that's not currently in use. So we believe that there's plenty of parking. And that would be the only issue that would prevent, I think, rail would be the issue of parking.
Go ahead, Mr. Peterson.
Yeah, that was my concern. Theoretically, if a rail station went in, there'd be the competition for parking between the rail, holiday time at the mall, and your facility all at the same time. But apparently you thought that through to the point where there are spare lots, and this is not even a definite problem. There may never be a rail station.
Yes.
Anybody else on the board with questions? Yeah. Okay. All right, thanks.
Thank you.
For the time being. All right, so I'm going to go ahead and open this to public comment. So kind of how I'm going to run this is I'm going to start with people in opposition or concern. If you can line up on this right-hand side, I need to understand kind of how many people there are, so I can make sure I get decent time numbers here so that I can make sure everybody gets to talk. So, yeah, all right. Okay. All right, so I will invite up the first person. Remember, state your name, address for the record, and based on the size of our group here, I'm going to say let's try to keep comments under, yeah, I'd say 4 minutes is what I was going to say, so, and I'm the boss, so 4 minutes.
I'll do my best, Mr. Chairman. I've been
Thanks.
told to do 3 minutes.
All right.
I have a
Sure.
handout
Yep.
and some visuals, which I thank Linda for presenting to me.
Yep.
Before I get started, I need to make a comment on a question that you raised, Mr. Chairman, to the developer regarding the amount of money to the charity. The answers that were given to you were roughly 10%. Another answer was roughly 35% of gross revenue. And a third answer was 45% gross to the charity and taxes. These numbers are very clear in statute.
Okay.
The clear number is the operator gets 75% of the take. 75%. The remaining 25% is split 35%, roughly a third, to charity, and 65% to the state lottery. So these are immensely profitable machines with this horse racing version of slot machines. And if I could further comment, the developer had proposed in a handout that they expect the money going to charity in the year 2025 from just this Sears venture would be $24 million annually. Now, if you do the math I just gave you, there's roughly a 9-to-1 ratio on the profit to the operator versus the donation to charity. So this venue, as projected by their own projections, is expected to raise in the order of $216 million in the year 2025. So I'd ask you to think about how many people, how many players would have to come through this venue to generate that kind of profit for the operator, $216 million. What I'd like to do now is to go into the master plan for the city of Nashua and see what guidance that may give you in making a decision on this conditional use permit. And my objections are based on the master plan. So I'd like to start with the question before the board, which is, does the Sears conditional use permit, next slide please. And for the record, I'm Bill Ohm, 18 Mountain Laurels Drive, City of Nashua. Lived here 18 years. So the question before the board is, does the proposed Sears conditional use permit comply with the 9 requirements of the ordinance section 190, 133F? And I'll get specifically to the comments on those remarks made by the developer. But I'd like to start first with the guidance from the master plan of October 12, 2021. Next slide, please. So the master plan specifically talks about the Daniel Webster Highway corridor as one of the points to consider for application in this master plan. And the basic guidance in the master plan is to retrofit this Daniel Webster Highway corridor, make it more attractive and more coherent to promote local business activity, retail, light industrial, and many residences across the street on the other side of DW Highway. So to give an example, next slide please, on the Amherst Street recommendations, and the visit for the master plan on Amherst Street, which they also asked to be considered for DW Highway, is to have a fairly wide mall with buffers between the bike path, green space, a carriageway, and have that as kind of guidance for a future consideration of Daniel Webster Highway between exit 2 and south to the Mass Line. The exact property we're talking about here with this Sears proposal. Next slide, please. So specifically, the master plan recommends, first recommendation of 3, recommendation number 1, is a corridor analysis of this stretch of the Daniel Webster Highway, getting input from the community, stakeholders, and potentially market interest early in the process as we look forward to how this DW Highway will evolve over the next, say, 10 years. And the second recommendation was to create infrastructure for bike and pedestrian access. There was a comment made about the Costco Mall, perhaps having a rail station there. That's up to the legislature. It's touch and go. But the idea was to create infrastructure for bike and pedestrian access to meet these projected needs, not car traffic, bike and pedestrians. And indeed, we have a lot of pedestrians across the street going all the way up to exit 2 with the Royal Crest Apartments, the condos, and the apartments south of Spitbrook Road and directly across DW Highway with an access road. So I'd like to talk about recommendations 2 and 3 for the DW Highway corridor. So specifically, the master plan says we'd like to discourage suburban, auto-oriented character and instead encourage walkability. Less traffic, more pedestrians. We talked a lot about parking at Tingsboro. Well, there's parking in Nashua that's a problem as well. Those of us who live nearby like I do, it's between Thanksgiving and Christmas, it's pretty tough getting in and out, especially on Saturdays. So the goal here is to minimize parking requirements and continue to encourage shared parking to minimize additional traffic generation. Next slide, please. And that's the proposed site south of exit 2 and north of Spitbrook Road for the rail station. Next slide, please. So now I'd like to talk specifically to the Section 190, 133 issues that were brought up by the developer. And there's 5 that I think are relevant to the master plan. And I'll go through each of those 5.
Yeah, just, if you can make it quick, you're approaching 10 minutes now. So.
Thank you. First is the signage. I suggest that they're going to ask for very flashy signs on the highway where their DW Highway meets Dan Chan Road, and I know the board will be considering that. Next slide, please. There's a concern to endanger public health or safety. This is kind of buried under the rug here, but if you go to websites like addiction.com and get hard data on gamblers, the evidence is that 3 to 5% of the gamblers struggle with a gambling problem, and half of those gamblers commit crimes to support their addiction. Now, we're talking about a site here with over 1,200 slot machines. If we have 1,200 gamblers, and 5% of those have problems, and half of those are likely to support that by criminal activity, isn't there a major risk that these problem gamblers will just walk outside the door of the casino into the Pheasant Lane Mall and see if there's something available for gain and profit? I would suggest that there's a serious issue here with the health and safety, given the large quantity of the venue that that gamblers will be attracted to this menu. There was talk about the Lucky Moose. That's a small mom and pop store. You don't have to have a lot of security to keep that place in pretty good shape. You got 1,900, what do you say here? 169,000 square feet. And yeah, you're going to have private security patrol that. But there's a lot of places to hide and a lot of places for mischief in this kind of a venue compared to the Lucky Moose. Next slide, please. Budding property. This is a adults-only entertainment venue. 21 to get in. It's not for families. It's not for kids going shopping. Adults only. So will any of these visitors go shopping? We know some of them might go shoplifting, but will they go shopping? I'm not sure. You talked about the businesses of the mall finding this somewhat compatible. Well, maybe it will be, maybe it won't be. We'll have to see what happens with the issues I talked about. And finally, the shoppers. You know, we go there to go to Target, we go to Dick's. Are we going to have to fight for parking spots? Are we going to have to park at Tingsboro and walk across now? With this size of an operation, there's going to be a lot of traffic, which you're going to be addressing. Next slide, please. Number F, 5. The Lucky Moose is up until 4 a.m. Is the Sears property going to be up until 4 a.m.? Is that going to cause problems with the neighborhood? Cars coming and going at that time of day? We got 4 big box stores in there right now. There could be a 5th one. Sears Casino is not a big box store. I think it's incompatible. As I pointed out earlier, there's many residences on the side of the road opposite the Sears Mall that are going to be affected by the traffic and the nature of the business here, this adult entertainment complex across the street. So I suggest that it's incompatible with the master plan. Next slide, please. Number 6, the traffic study. You've got a traffic study from VHB that says that traffic import report should be prepared. Table 2 in that report indicates that the daily and weekly trips will more than double from a retail operation to a casino operation. I ask if there is highway safety risk with pedestrians, particularly with the master plan. How will people walk across? Do we have to have an overpass from exit 36? It's going to be tricky. Next slide, please. And this is the final one on the points. So a large casino with an estimated 16,480 trips that are not taking place right now will certainly affect police and fire safety. The fire service will have EMT calls. The police, who supports the growth of Nashua, thank goodness to them, have to staff up. And unfortunately, all the casino people that we've talked about by the developer are game protection people. They're not here to protect the public, they're to protect the games, making sure that there's not shenanigans going on. They don't have the powers of arrest. They're private citizens. If there's any incidents inside, police have to be called and investigate to make a possible arrest. So we certainly have more expenditures for the police department, and there is no revenue to the city of Nashua from this historic horse racing bill. So we are on the hook. In summary, last slide, please. I suggest that the conditional use permit for the former Seals building is inconsistent with the published comprehensive master plan for the city of Nashua. I've outlined the 5 items, and I recommend to the planning board that under the guidance you have, this conditional use permit should be denied. Last slide, thank you. And if you have any questions, I'll be happy to answer.
Okay, thanks. So that was 4 people's times right there, just so you know. So I appreciate that you have a lot to say, but there's also a lot of people here that need to say stuff. So I'm going to have to put a limit, actually, on the whole thing at this point. So it's 8:15 right now. I'm going to give an opportunity for a maximum of 45 more minutes of public comment. that means I'm gonna give 20 minutes more to people who are concerned, and then I'm gonna give the last 25 to people who are. So if you're in line, I'm gonna cut it off in another 20 minutes for those who are concerned. And I think just try to be cognizant that there's a lot of people here that wanna say things, and if you take a lot of the time, you're gonna be cutting off your neighbors, so. Go ahead. Yeah,
Richard Dowd, 8 Ascot Park, and I will be short and sweet.
thanks.
No slides. I have a lot of concerns about the casino being in the mall, but I can tell you that I'm not opposed to charitable gaming at all. I just think that them being within 5,000 feet of one another in the city is going to be detrimental to the charities. But I want to explain a little about the police department. I'm the liaison from the Board of Aldermen to the police commissioners and the police department. And I concur with that there is no formal agreement between the Nashua PD and Tingsboro, nor has there been any communication between the two departments. It's all been third party. So I just want to explain a couple things. If there's something that goes on in the casino, the Nashua police are going to be called. So there's two things that can happen. One is called active pursuit. If there's a police officer in the casino and somebody takes a swing at him, hits him, he can follow him out into the parking lot in Massachusetts and arrest him, because between the two states, it's active pursuit is allowed. But if there's a disagreement between a couple people and they bring them outside the doors, now they can either detain them or arrest them. It's up to Massachusetts, because if they arrest them or detain them, they'll get thrown out of court. So is that concern? There's also a concern that we are short-staffed in the police department. And because if we have two casinos that close together, they are going to have to put another car in that area, which means they're going to take a car away from some other part of the city. They just don't have the people. And doing a lot to try and hire them, but we're short policemen, we're short firemen. So that's a concern. And the other thing that concerns me relative to the police is that the Moose and the River stop serving food at 10 p.m. They're going to be open till 4. That's 6 hours where you could be drinking, gambling. And if you're drinking you don't have to be drinking for 6 hours before you could have an issue. And again, if there's an issue, because as soon as you leave the door of the Sears building, you're in Massachusetts. So if I were sitting in your position, and I have in the past, I would have a written agreement between the two police departments so you know exactly what's going to happen if there's an issue. Sears didn't have any drinking, and I'm not saying that most of the people who use it are going to get drunk. That's not what I'm saying. But you are going to have occasion where you're going to have a problem with somebody, and that could be a problem for our police department. And I, for one, don't want to see that. Thanks.
Thank you. Yep. Come on up.
Good evening. My name is Bill Andrews, and I'm the treasurer for the Milford Area Seniors Organization. That's Milford, Amherst, Mount Vernon, Wilton, and Lineborough. I'm here because I guess the greatest piece of legislation ever passed by the state of New Hampshire was when they required these casinos to give 35% of their profits to nonprofit organizations. The members of my organization, to the last hilt, are living on Social Security. There's no way that we could come up with any kind of major donations to anything. But 10 years ago, when the card room was still in Milford, we signed up with the card room for 10 days a year. They have continuously given us roughly $19,000 a year. That has allowed us to continue. Not only to continue, but we also have a foot clinic at our place on 2 Tuesdays a month. Those are very expensive foot clinics. Most of our people could never afford it. We were able to make a significant donation to Health, Home, and Hospice in Merrimack last year. That foot clinic is now free, not for our members only, but for anybody in the area. I think we would have to say, without a doubt, if it were not for the casino, if it were not for the card room, the senior citizens could not exist. Thank you.
Thanks.
Good evening. I'm Kim Hazavardian, Principal Traffic Engineer with TEP LLC. I have experience back to 1981 in traffic and transportation engineering. I represent the Sheraton Hotel and Casino this evening. I've looked over the materials that the applicant provided, and my overall comment is there are still some large piece of analysis and formulation of mitigation measures and formulation of mitigation commitments that should probably be fleshed out now while the project is before this board, as opposed to leaving it as a matter to be decided after the project is approved as a condition. That's my opinion as a traffic engineer. I'm trying to get certainty in the mitigation. Quickly, let me talk about trip generation. The project generates over 8,000 vehicle trips per weekday, including almost 700 during the PM peak hour. And on a Saturday, almost 12,000 vehicle trips over the course of the day, including between 700 and 800 during the peak hour. Now, the applicant assigned 65% of the trips to the south, Massachusetts, and 35% to the north into Nashua. And even after the trips are split, we're talking multiple hundred trips to the south and north. And those numbers are the type of numbers that we would normally subject to a complete traffic impact analysis. Looking more specifically to the south, the intersection of Middlesex Road and Route 3 Interchange 91 and the Mall Access Road for the Saturday peak hour shows level of service D without the casino and level of service F with the casino. Delays go from 40 seconds without to 84 seconds with the casino, and volumes are 6% over capacity without the casino and 24% over capacity with the casino. Van Assing and Brussel and VHB, when they reviewed the traffic materials for the city, stated same in different words, and also stated that motorists could, if they're faced with that level of congestion, potentially divert their travel paths by using other Pheasant Lane Mall entrances and exits, which could affect intersection operations within the study area. VHB went on to say that to offset the project's impacts, the applicant should develop improvements for that intersection. Now, it appears that they've begun to explore the improvements, but they're not there yet. That intersection and anything along Middlesex Road is subject to Massachusetts Highway Department jurisdiction on two levels. One is if physical changes are made, and also the trip generation going through those intersections. Massachusetts Department of Transportation would need to issue a highway access permit modification or amendment, and it's possible that the Massachusetts Environmental Policy Act would come into play before Mass Highway can, or Mass Department of Public Works can grant the permit. Massachusetts Environmental Policy Act considerations need to be satisfied. And that's a lengthy process. If it comes into play, it could take months. Also, the design process could take months, and there could be changes in the design. I haven't had a chance to look at the improvements. I just saw them tonight for the first time. But my understanding is that one of the northbound through lanes as you go toward that intersection would become a left turn lane. Forgive me if I'm misstating this. This is what I could get from the slide. And I wonder if that's creating kind of a left turn trap where people who want to go straight get basically stuck in that lane, affecting traffic operations and potentially safety. Bottom line, for that location, mitigation is not finalized, it's still under discussion, and mitigation commitments haven't been finalized either. It's if it can happen, we'll do it, but we don't know what can happen. I have not seen any analysis regarding wholesale signal retiming along the corridor, so I can't say whether that's going to make up for the lack of this particular mitigation if it doesn't happen. To and from the north, the northernmost intersection that was analyzed was DW Highway and Dan Chan Street. Now, the trips coming to and from the north can be traced up through the other intersections along Daniel Webster Highway, and I have 3 of them here that I'm not going to go through the whole list of to save time. And then Spitbrook Road is also part of that routing to and from the north, and there are several intersections along Spitbrook Road, including 2 intersections with the Route 3 Interchange 1 ramps, 2 signals fairly close together. Now, that particular location is near the site of the Hotel Casino at 11 Terra Boulevard, so there are going to be times where the casino traffic from 2 casinos conflict. The travel pass will cross, and for example, during the Saturday peak hour, retail's busy and both casinos are busy, and that analysis hasn't been done. Now, New Hampshire DOT has jurisdiction over that interchange, and I don't know if they're aware of all the superimposed traffic, but if they were, they may want to take a harder look at that intersection. A couple of general considerations. Traffic considerations to and from the south toward Massachusetts. That's important to a general accessibility to that South Nashua commercial district. That's a gateway. Looking to the north, analysis and mitigation as appropriate. It's important to the Nashua businesses and residents in that area. Some other quick thoughts, and I'm almost done. As far as the location of the parking, would you be able to put that slide that shows the state line and the buildings?
You can keep talking, we have it on our screen. So.
Oh, here it is. Okay, the building's doors are going to be facing that parking lot that's in Massachusetts, and as a traffic engineer, I can say that people park close to the door. Even before I was a traffic engineer, I knew that. So the parking demand will be satisfied largely in Massachusetts. I'm speaking to that as a traffic engineer. Other people have already spoken about other issues, security and all that. Pheasant Lane Mall, I'm not sure what their rules are regarding late night or overnight parking. I don't know if the parking of the casino would be in conflict with the existing parking rules. Many malls say no overnight parking. Also, getting back to the traffic analysis, the analysis I saw dealt with 2022 base and build conditions. In New Hampshire, most frequently we analyze opening year and opening year plus 10 years, and in Massachusetts, 7 years in the future. I looked in the Nashua guidelines, and there's reference to future analysis as well. Also, there are commercial vacancies and underutilization in the area. I would presume there are some empty stores in the mall. And when I've done traffic analysis in an area with an underutilized mall, I was required by the DOT, New Hampshire DOT, to infill that space to get the traffic back in my analysis. That concludes my comments, and I appreciate the opportunity to talk.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Come on up.
Good evening. I'll try to make this quick. My name is Daniel Archambault. I'm currently the security manager at Gate City Casino at 55 Northeastern Boulevard. In addition to that, I'm also a retiree from National Police Department, where I worked for over 25 years. And you name it, I was in the division. I was also union president of Patrolmen's Association for over a decade. My concerns are in 2 parts here with this concerning, and there's been a lot of conversations about this. First is about the public safety portion of this. we've been hearing a lot of talk about mutual aid. Mutual aid is really for emergencies. We don't have any authority whatsoever in Massachusetts. We have no police powers whatsoever. We can't go patrol the Tingsboro Police Department's parking lot as a police officer. It's only when, the few times I've seen it, it's usually if it's like a riot or something big happening where they need help. The traffic on Daniel Webster Highway, if you live in Nashua, if you work in Nashua, you already know what the traffic is like down there on Daniel Webster Highway. That is definitely a safety concern. It's gonna bring more traffic no matter how you cut it. These experts have already been talking about that. That's gonna cut down the response time for emergency vehicles to get down for any incidents that we're gonna have down there. The other part is gonna be the current conditions at our property at Gate City Casino versus some of the other casinos that we have in town as well, just for comparison versions of what you're gonna see coming. Staffing issues are always gonna be a concern. I'm not even at full staff here for security officers. I'm always looking out for qualified security officers. They have to be qualified and not just bodies, to avoid liability against the casino. Training, we are constantly training these guys. And I can't even get full, and I've been working on this for a year, to full staff for just the regular civilian security side. We hire details at Gate City Casino. We don't always get them filled, and again, that was mentioned tonight. It's because of staffing issues that they have on the public sector for police departments now. We are not allowed to, although they mentioned it, we'll have outside agencies that would work in traffic details. They do not work regular details for private companies. They can't. That's against contract. They won't follow our SOPs, and that's a reason that we don't do that. So you would never have any other agencies working in any of the casinos or any other business in Nashua, other than Nashua PD. I've already been making preparations for the hotel if that move ever happens. I've already had approval for a police substation in there, as well as additional security staff, just based on what we're gonna need to do. That's already in the works, and we haven't even started going over there yet. I can tell you that comparatively, I've been to the Lucky Move several times. I can tell you that every time I've been there, I've not even been carded. I've not even seen security at the door. That's a small place. They only have 60 machines, give or take, and they can't even have that security properly done. So I don't know how they're gonna do that with a big business at Sears. So that's my opposition for that. Thank you.
Thanks. Hello?
Good evening. My name is Richard Lehman. I'm a lawyer at the firm Lehman Major List in Concord, 6 Garvin's Falls Road in Concord. I'm here tonight representing the operator of the Sheraton Gate City Casino. I do have some information about jurisdictional things. I spent the first 8 years of my career as a criminal prosecutor for the Attorney General's office. Since then, I've done a good deal of criminal defense work and police liability questions, which I'd like to talk to you about in a minute because we haven't had much discussed about that. Alderman Dowd testified or stated in his statement that if a police officer gets punched in the face, he's allowed to chase the perpetrator over the state line to effectuate an arrest. That's incorrect. You're only allowed to make an arrest under the fresh pursuit statute, both coming into New Hampshire and going into Massachusetts, for a felony level offense in which you are making fresh pursuit. Virtually all the crimes that people are talking about or thinking about in this context are misdemeanors, not felonies. So fights, destruction of smaller amounts of property, alcohol-related events, those are virtually all misdemeanors. Domestic violence offenses are mostly misdemeanors. So there's no ability to cross the state line into Massachusetts, which again is right outside the door of the casino, to make an arrest of someone who commits a misdemeanor offense. Second, the statement was that the police chief wants to have a line painted on the sidewalk. That's fine. There may be reasons to do that. And everybody will know that the line is there anyway. I think people are aware of that. A stalker whose girlfriend has gone into the casino, which it appears through the only public access door, will be able to stand on the Massachusetts side of the line while his person being stalked is coming and going from the casino, and there's nothing New Hampshire police can do about that. Only the Tingsboro Police can do anything about that. And in order for that to happen, they need to get a Tingsboro officer to the scene. There are a great deal of unknowns about how this relationship between the Nashua Police and the Tingsboro Police is going to work. They said they're going to work it out, and I have no doubt that when my friend Morgan Hollis tells you that, he's sincere in saying that they're going to try to work it out. But until, the devil's in the details, and until you see what a written agreement looks like, it's going to have to be a written agreement, you don't really have any idea how it's going to operate, whether it has any chance at all of being effective, and whether it complies with the mutual aid statute. The person who went before me told you the mutual aid statute is intended to deal with emergencies, and he's right. The structure of it and the language of it says, casts the relationship between the two municipalities as a requesting municipality and a responding municipality. In the scenarios that we've been talking about and that everybody's thinking about, where somebody absconds from New Hampshire into Massachusetts, Tingsboro has to be the requesting municipality. But there's nobody from Tingsboro there. It's only the Nashua officer who would be the responding municipality that's in a position to do anything. So in order to make the relationship work in this context that's really not built for this routine law enforcement activity situations, they're going to have to come up with a written protocol that apparently would have a Nashua officer requesting Tingsboro to request Nashua to become a responding agency. And there's no information before you. It's an unknown. It's a question that's unanswered at this point. What the level of staffing at Tingsboro is. Who's going to make the request at the request of the Nashua officer? How's all that going to unfold? And is it going to be adequate to maintain the safety of your constituents, the people who live in your town, and the people who are going to be among the customers and employees of this proposed facility under circumstances? And they're asking you to approve it without knowing what those details are going to be down the road. It may be tempting to think, well, the police officers can make a citizen's arrest. They can just go into Massachusetts and make a citizen's arrest as an ordinary person. Well, they can't do that either, because just like the Fresh Pursuit statute, citizen's arrests in Massachusetts are available only for felony-level offenses. So that, too, creates an additional hurdle to the sort of routine kinds of crimes that we're talking about here. Nobody's talked about liability so far. Now, there was a statement was made that the police chief told somebody about going into the parking lot and making an arrest and having it get thrown out of court, and the criminal goes free. That's not all that can happen that's bad. Because when you make an arrest that you don't have legal authority to make, you can be sued under the United States Constitution, under Massachusetts common law, because this is an offense that's happening in Massachusetts. It's a New Hampshire officer committing a tort, a civil wrong in the state of Massachusetts, or a Commonwealth of Massachusetts. When police officers operate within their jurisdiction, Nashua officers operating here in Nashua, they're protected by qualified immunity. Some of you have heard that. It basically gives the benefit of the doubt to police officers who have to make snap judgments on the street. Those can be hard decisions, and the courts have developed doctrines that say, we're going to cut these guys a break because they've got real tough jobs to do and they don't get to consult with a lawyer before they have to make decisions all the time. Good. Under state law, we have official immunity, which operates very similarly for officers here in New Hampshire operating within the scope of their official duties. When they cross into Massachusetts, they're no longer protected by New Hampshire immunities. They're no longer protected by qualified immunity because they're outside their police jurisdiction. And they're also not protected by a thing that protects Massachusetts officers, which is the Massachusetts Tort Claims Act. And the Massachusetts Tort Claims Act caps damages against a municipality at $100,000. But it only applies to Massachusetts municipalities. It doesn't apply to Nashua or other New Hampshire municipalities. So under the Massachusetts Tort Claims Act, none of the protections would apply to a police officer. And I've spent enough time around police officers, you probably all have too. One of the really frustrating things that happens to police officers is being stuck with the feeling that there's nothing that they can do to fix a problem that they see with their own two eyes. They see is wrong, and a wrongdoer, a criminal, is laughing at him and saying, you're not going to do anything. We know you're not going to do anything. So I'm going to do what I do, and you're not going to stop me. If I was a police officer, that would put me over the fence. And so it puts them in a position of either having to live with that or taking a chance that could expose them to liability. And I would submit to you, that's not a fair position to put your police officers in this city in. They deserve better than that. And so before you do that, I would suggest that you either vote down the request or at least table it until you can get some of these questions answered so that you can see what this operating agreement that is still going to be negotiated in the future between Nashua and Tingsboro is ultimately going to look like. Run it past real qualified lawyers so that you can know whether or not what they're proposing is legally sound within the structure of the requesting and responding municipalities that are there to deal with emergencies, and make sure you're protecting your citizens, the employees who work in the place, your own police department. They've got it hard enough as it is. You want to make sure you give them every protection you can. So that's what I have. I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Okay, thanks a lot.
Thank you.
Come on up. Folks, if there's some that want to speak in favor, go ahead, you can start lining up too. Yep.
Hi, I'm
Go
Judy
ahead.
Taylor. I live on Hawthorne Village Road in Nashua, and I'm just a citizen that between Thanksgiving and Christmas, the traffic on DW Highway is horrific. If you want to get grocery shopping done, you have to get up at the crack of dawn and go, because by 9 o'clock in the morning, the traffic is just gridlock. And that's what concerns me, is all these extra cars that they're talking about in the parking lot, et cetera, et cetera. The other thing I'm concerned about that Mr. Ohm brought up is if there is increased police activity because of, incidents that are happening at the casino, is the casino going to pay back the city of Nashua for all that extra police activity that they are creating? That's what I have to say.
Okay, thank you. Come on up.
How you doing? My name is Phil Leary. I'm an organizer for DC 35 Painters and Allied Trades, and I'm also the Vice President of New Hampshire Building Trades. So we haven't talked about who's building this project, who's the general contractor that's building this project, who the subcontractors that are on this project. We have to have responsible contractors on these jobs. Listen, I'm for it 100% if the developer's using responsible contractors. I'm talking about fair living wages, benefits, medical, pension benefits. So, we have to protect the taxpayers' money. You know what I mean? That's the money that's going towards the builders. So we have to use responsible contractors on these jobs. We see it so many times. I'm seeing it in Manchester right now. You got Callahan Construction, Avatar Construction, $173,000 in wage theft. Callahan Construction, tax fraud and wage theft. We have to protect the taxpayers' money and use responsible general contractors and subcontractors on these projects. We cover a jurisdiction of Maine, New Hampshire, Vermont, and Massachusetts. So I cover all those states. I have a big area. So I just wanted to let everybody know, it's more of a statement than anything, that if you're gonna approve this project, make sure you do it with responsible contractors, general contractors and subcontractors. And if you're not gonna do that, then shut it down. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Come on up.
Hi there. My name is Stefan Hausberger. I'm the second generation owner of Zimmerman's. I've owned it since 1999, and the business has been there since 1968, so 55 years. This is my perspective that I have based on having a front row seat watching Daniel Webster Highway literally grow up around us. Over the years, we've made a ton of concessions so that the mall could go in, and so Costco could go in, and the gas station could go in, and that Jordan's could go in, and everything else. And we did it because we recognize that if you're not growing and moving forward, then you're dying. Retail has had its challenges pre-pandemic and now post-pandemic. I think having a casino in a mall is outside the box thinking, but I do believe in the end it will be a shot in the arm to the Daniel Webster Highway and the retail and the restaurants and what have you down there. I'm sure there are some negative sides to it, some what ifs and some things that you just can't control. You could sit here and what if this to death, but I think at the end of the day, the benefits far outweigh any risks. I think it'll be a positive thing for the city, and I think it'll be a positive thing for Daniel Webster Highway. On a more personal note, if in doing so, the intersection in front of my store can be made a little bit more safe. Not that we've seen a lot of accidents down there, but it is definitely a mess at times. I guess it's one of the provisions there, and I'd just like to make sure that that stays one of the provisions if this gets approved. Also, our parking lot is a little tricky, and we've been working with several people over the years to try to figure out a better way to configure it. We haven't come up with a perfect solution yet, but we are hopeful, I guess, that we will come up with something that will work for everybody. But as long as those criteria are met, I don't see any reason why this casino won't be a good thing for us and for the Daniel Webster Highway community. Thank you.
All right, thanks. Come on up.
Good evening. My name is Ted Luzzi. I'm out of Brookline,
Make sure
New
you,
Hampshire.
We're together.
Yeah,
Wait,
just
no,
go.
microphone.
Yeah, if
Oh,
you
I'm
could just,
sorry.
yeah, that thing,
All right.
you gotta get kind of close.
We're hearing the voice from over
Okay.
there.
Again, my name is Ted
You can
Luzzi.
pull the microphone out.
Yeah,
if you want to. Yeah.
How's that?
We can hear you now.
Yeah.
All right, yeah. Ted Luzzi, Brookline, New Hampshire. I'm representing Operation Care for Troops. We've been around for about 20 years now, and I will tell you that without the support of the charitable gaming revenue that we get by partnering with the Lucky Moose and the River, we probably wouldn't be here today. We started out shipping packages to our deployed troops when our son was in Iraq in 2003 and 2004, but we have expanded that mission, if you will, and I'm going to let my wife speak to that. We want to keep this short, all right? But I will tell you, if it wasn't for them, we would not be standing here today in favor of this.
Deborah, thanks.
Hi, Deborah Chiklowski, 14 West Hill Road in Brookline. So Operation Care for Troops has, as of now, shipped 125,543 care packages to our deployed military. Right now, the state of New Hampshire has 297 National Guard deployed over in the Middle East, along with several regular Army troops that account for about 120 of what our boxes will go out. Without having the money from the casino, we couldn't do what we do. We send them quality products that they request. We send them food. We send them hydration drinks, which is a definite issue out in the deserts. We also have become involved now, because of the money we get from the casino, with our veterans that are at home. So we support both through Harbor Cares. Tomorrow I will be at Stand Down giving out product to our homeless and in-risk veterans. We also do holiday stockings for Harbor Cares, about 300 that their case managers give out to their veterans that are at risk and homeless. We also work with Manchester and several other ones. A story I had told somebody today, and they said that was kind of, I think, sums up what we do. Recently, a homeless veteran family that were living in their car were brought in through a program up in Manchester. There are 3 babies in that family, 3 littles. And we, Operation Care for Troops, is able to give money so they can purchase the items that are on the list for that family. And I think the fact that we can do that, we can support the regular person, has a lot to say for the money we get from the casino. Thank you. Any questions? Oh, if anybody's deployed or has a family member deployed, please send us their APO and we'll send them a box.
And thank you. Come on up.
Hi, I'm Kermit Williams from Wilton. And thank you for letting us outsiders speak. It's been a while since I lived in Nashua. Some of you know that I used to be in the state legislature. And while I was in the legislature, I wrote and got passed some bills that changed how charitable gaming worked in New Hampshire in favor of the players. And my reason for doing that, and the reason why the legislature supported that, even though there's quite a few people who are not particularly in support of gaming, is because casino gaming is growing rapidly in New England, Massachusetts especially, Maine, Connecticut, and New Hampshire was heading very rapidly towards being an also-ran, to being essentially a place where people who really wanted to gamble wouldn't go. And it was important to change the rules so that the charitable casinos had a chance to compete against the bigger places, the Encores and other places in Massachusetts. Even so, they are still low-stakes gambling. So discussions about gambling addiction, I think, are a lot less of an issue here. These are small businesses. This is maybe a little bit larger than some of the current casinos, but there's the one in Salem is probably bigger. And they're low stakes, and so therefore gambling addiction is probably less of an issue. And people who are really addicted are more likely to go to someplace where they can bet large amounts at a time. My second point is I'm not in the legislature anymore, but I am president of my local Lions Club, and other people have spoken about the benefits that charitable gaming has given to nonprofits in New Hampshire. I believe that if you add it all up, that charitable gaming is the single largest contributor towards nonprofit support in the state. And it's so important for us to make sure that those nonprofits have access to funds to do all the things that they do. And I won't go into all the details because there's lots and lots of different nonprofits that have different activities. But each new facility that we allow to open adds to that number. And again, people are choosing whether they want to gamble in Massachusetts or Maine or somewhere else or in New Hampshire. And the nicer the facility you make, the place that has more activities and more entertainment and more restaurants, the more likely those people are to stay. My last point is about the location. So I've lived in New Hampshire for a long time. I certainly went to Sears in the Pheasant Lane Mall many times. But my last two visits to that facility were to get my COVID shots. And I think this is a fitting coda to what I hope is the end of the pandemic in Nashua. To go from a big empty space with a few National Guardsmen and a whole lot of needles to a place that has 3 restaurants and entertainment and fun and lots of people having a good time. I think this is an opportunity to do something with that space. I mean, you're not likely to ever see a big box store move into that Sears location. And what would be more likely without something like this casino would be something that isn't open to the public, that's an office space or a small nursing home or something that doesn't necessarily bring people to the mall. This particular business, even though it is aimed at people over 21, will benefit other businesses in the mall, will benefit other restaurants in the area because it will bring people in. It's a destination, it's an attraction. So I highly encourage you to support this effort. I think it's going to be good for Nashua. I think it's going to be good for New Hampshire. It's certainly going to be good for all the charities that'll benefit from it. And it'll be good for the players too. And I'd rather see people who want to gamble, and they're going to gamble somewhere, doing it in New Hampshire rather than going down to the Encore or to someplace else in Massachusetts. Thank you.
Thanks. Come on up.
Hi there. I'm Rocky Morelli. I'm Executive Director of Opportunity Networks. We're located at 116 Perimeter Road here in Nashua. I'd like to thank you for affording me this opportunity to speak to you. I'm not here to represent New Hampshire Charitable Gaming or the River, even though we are one of their original charities and have had a relationship with them for years and are very happy with the relationship that we have. I would say we're probably in excess or approaching a couple $100,000 in income through that relationship. So it's been very significant. We received a $21,000 check just a couple of weeks ago, so it makes a huge difference. And I'm not here to represent the competing casino that's here presenting issues either. I'm really here to represent myself and the people that I support. And the people that I support are individuals with disabilities and families in Nashua who have family members with disabilities. Opportunity Networks is proud of the services that we provide, helping people with employment and community participation and working on their health and wellness and independence. It's very important. And we work under a lot of tight budgetary constraints. We get government funding, and I'm sure you're familiar with how those things work. Many of the initiatives that we have are not fully funded, and we have to do significant fundraising and grant writing to fund those. And it's become very competitive and very tough in these environments, especially over the last several years. So we've been able to use these funds that we received from charitable gaming in a non-discretionary way, which has been very helpful to us to help fund projects like capital improvements and equipment, which are not allowed by state guidelines, and even supplementing our community block grants that we've gotten from the city of Nashua. It's been very helpful to make the projects complete and to the standards that we were hoping for. A lot of people are talking about staffing. We are very low-funded staff wage levels. We're looking at ways to be able to supplement that, and charitable gaming income is one of the avenues that we're researching and looking to have assist with that. We also use it to build community relationships with other companies, fund budgetary shortfalls, and we were even very gracious during the pandemic that the money we received helped fund shortages that were results of the impact of the pandemic. So I'm very well connected to the Nashua nonprofit community. I was born in Nashua. I graduated Nashua High School. I'm an old school Purple Panther back in the day. And after graduating the University of New Hampshire, I came back and started my career here in Nashua, where I still am today. And I'm very honored to be able to help the families in the area with what can be very difficult situations. And I know from my contact with the other nonprofit leaders in the area, this charitable gaming income has made significant differences at all levels. And like you've heard tonight, some of these operations might not even exist if it wasn't for the ability to access funding like that. So again, thank you for allowing me to speak and all you do here.
Thanks.
My name is Mike Balajian. I live 11 Michael Bennett Road in Brentwood, New Hampshire, and I'm here tonight representing two charities. The first is the New Hampshire Police, Fire, and EMS Foundation, which is a statewide foundation, helps first responders and families in time of financial need, such as cancer patients and that type of thing. We don't get involved with their work situation unless their workers' comp has run out. We basically would not, like this gentleman said, we would not be able to do what we do without charitable gaming. We've been involved with the River and the Lucky Moose for the last 6 years. This year, under this company, they've been very accommodating. We probably, in the last 6 years, come up with at least $150,000 from charitable gaming. There's no way we could help our first responders on our own. It's very difficult. Everybody's chasing the same dollar out there for fundraising. The other group I'm involved with is the Lions Club, which we are involved right now with the Lucky Moose. And I can say right now that this company is taking care of at least 15 different Lions Clubs, including Nashua, right now. All that money that's going right back to the local communities. And please consider everything you can to get this up and running to help more charities in the state of New Hampshire. Thank you.
Thanks.
Good evening. My name is Bob Heseltine. I live at 41 Seminole Drive in Nashua. I'm the former president of the Corpus Christi Food Pantry and Assistance Program that's here in Nashua. I speak here for myself. Corpus Christi Food Pantry has been affiliated with the casino since 2008 when they were in Milford. As president of the casino, we've had great, we've been very fortunate working with the casino. We've expanded our food pantry, and we've developed an assistance program that provides support for the less fortunate people here in Nashua, which includes rent, utilities, medical, prescription drugs, and car repairs. I support the expansion of the casino here. I think it will help other other 501c3 charities in Nashua as well. And just to give you an idea, I just received a check for $33,000 for this year. So the charities really need the money, and this money goes to folks here in Nashua. So again, I recommend that we move forward with this. This is going to help other charities within Nashua. Thank you.
Thanks.
Hi, my name is Leslie Cooper. I'm from Hudson, and I'm involved with the Lions Club. We have bought, because of the casinos, we were able to purchase a screener to screen the children of Hudson. Any child that needs glasses, we pay for if they need them. We've paid for eye exams for anyone that needs it and can't afford it. We take care of the food pantry, thousands of dollars per year on the food pantries. We take care of the children's backpacks during the summertime so that they have food. They come into the pantry, get the food for the whole summer so that they don't go hungry. They get enough for themselves and for their siblings. We have done so much within our community that I can't even name it all, and I don't want to take up too much time, but thanks to the casino, we're able to do so much and so much more, and we're looking forward this year to getting a lot more done. We've worked with the CHAD, cancer, we've done hunger, we've done the wreaths for the veterans, and so much more. And we just hope to continue. And as long as the casinos are there, I know we're going to be able to do a lot more within our community. So we'd really be grateful if you think about passing this so that other organizations, along with ours, have a chance to do what needs to be done within their communities. And there's an awful lot that can be done thanks to them. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Elena Slattery, 77 Direct Court, Manchester. I am here on behalf of the Nashua International Sculpture Symposium to echo the sentiments of all the other organizations that have come before us. We also are recipients of the charitable funds from the River Casino and the Lucky Moose. And it can be said without a doubt that in the past 3 years of that partnership, the scope of our operation has expanded substantially, and we've had opportunities presented to us for both the care of our curated list of art as well as the potential to invite new and more artists to come and support the city of Nashua in our art endeavors. This is very important to us, and as everybody else has said, these opportunities are vitally important for the charitable organizations in the southern New Hampshire region, and we hope you'll support this. Thank you.
Thank you. Come on up.
Good evening. My name is Christine Latino. I'm from Atkinson, New Hampshire, and I am the Director of Charity Services for the Lucky Moose and the River. I'm here to read 2 statements from charities unable to be with us this evening. But before I do that, I just want to mention some numbers just to clarify. Since 2007, the Lucky Moose and the River have donated over $8 million to over 160 local charities. So I just wanted to clarify that. Going forward in the new property, if able to proceed, the estimates for our first full year of operation is $24 million in that first year. So a big increase to our charities. I have a wait list for charities wanting to join our gaming calendar of 40 charities right now to date. So we're really looking forward to not only that increase of number of proceeds going to these vital charities, but also having additional charities added to that gaming calendar so we can help even more. So if I may just read two letters. The first from an organization called Less Leg, More Heart. I am writing in support of the applicant ECNH Real Estate Holdings, which proposes to develop a premium charitable gaming venue at the Pheasant Lane Mall. I am the founder and CEO of a Nashua-based nonprofit, Less Leg, More Heart, that provides amputees with vital support, supplies, and services to improve quality of life. This organization is 5 years old and still relatively small, less than $250,000 annually. We spend much of our energy keeping donation streams coming in to supply our expanding pipeline. 3 years ago, we got our first check from a casino and were able to do tremendous things for our beneficiaries. We expanded service offerings, internal systems, and reached more people in need. Each year, we now rely on charitable gaming proceeds to fulfill the needs of our program and feel relief knowing we can rely on these funds. This summer, we were able to sponsor 8 amputees to attend a life-changing National Limb Loss Conference and funded 2 completely new prosthetic leg systems for underserved individuals. We could not have done those things without the check we received from the casino. The funds sincerely improved the lives of local amputees, resulting in their capacity to show up for themselves, their families, and their community, and make their community better. Charitable gaming proceeds are a vital part of nonprofits' operating budgets and make a tremendous difference for the vulnerable citizens of our state. There are so many people in need of charitable support, and the only barrier is monetary organizational assistance. An additional gaming facility would reduce that barrier and, in turn, reduce suffering in the Granite State. Signed, Tina Hurley, founder, CEO, Less Leg, More Heart. The second letter I have to read is from the Nashua Lions Club. I am writing in support of the proposal submitted by ECL Entertainment for a charitable gaming facility at the Pheasant Lane Mall. The Nashua Lions are celebrating 100 years of giving back to the citizens of Nashua this year. As a member for 52 of those years, I can honestly say that raising money to support our charitable work is getting harder year by year. Gone are the major donations from corporations in and around the city. All of the area nonprofits are competing for the same dollars and are all deserving and fulfill needs unmet by local government. In Nashua's 100 years, the club has provided over over $1.5 million for eye care. We do this on several levels. First, through the Nashua School District nurses, as any child they find needing an eye exam or glasses is taken care of by the Lions. Same for adults who seek us out. In addition, hearing aids are now the most requested item from our aging population. Later this month, the Nashua Lions will provide free vision screening as part of Nashua Goes Back to School. Over our 100 years, the club has also given out over $85,000 in scholarships to deserving high school seniors. During COVID, if it weren't for the proceeds we received from the river and then later the Moose, we wouldn't have been able to do much of anything because all other fundraising avenues were shut down. As an aide and as a reporter for 20 years at WSMN, I spent many an evening in this chamber listening to doom and gloom about the impact of the Pheasant Lane Mall proposal, its impact on traffic and quality of life, the parking lot being in Massachusetts, and similar claims that recently began showing up in unsigned leaflets from an anonymous source. Yes, traffic volume during the holidays created some issues, but the police and the city managed them. Nashua Police have an MOU and mutual aid agreement with Tingsboro, so no real issues. The track record of the current facilities owned by ECL is a testament to the professional operation. The state of New Hampshire regulates them, so they do not allow an unsigned and a smokescreen issue, or so do not allow these unsigned and smokescreen issues to cloud your judgment. Several of the groups, the Lions included, weren't accepted by the other facilities, but thankfully the previous owners welcomed us, and without them we'd be in tough shape financially. Thank you, Ed Leicius, past International Director, Nashua Lions Club. And one last kind of personal statement as far as being an employee. As we know, this area, Southern New Hampshire in particular, suffers from an opioid crisis. Not only do we support several charities that work tirelessly to combat that crisis, but as an employer, we have a few staff members who are battling that, and our company supports and provides love and care and really makes adjustments as needed. So just another, I think, really wonderful testament to what this company does for our local community. And that's all for me. Thank you.
Thanks. All right.
Boy, they just keep coming, sorry. Chuck Emmons, 8 Strawberry Bank, Nashua 03062. I submitted a letter from Actor Singers, a community theater organization based in Nashua since 1955. We're on 219 Lake Street in Nashua, right next to the Lake Street Fire Station, and you probably all read the letter and everything. I'm also here in support as an individual, a citizen of the state of the city of Nashua. I'm kind of excited about the idea of actually this empty space being actually utilized. It seems as if in the past few years that the giant retail that gave birth to the Pheasant Lane Mall and the other 1,500 malls across the country is perhaps dying out. We have now in front of us a proposal to actually put this square footage to use. At this very moment, there might be some issues that need to be worked out, but we have a proposal to look at right now. If we don't look at this proposal very seriously and consider it, when would we consider our next proposal a year from now, 5 years from now, 10 years from now, while the space remains empty, not generating any value for the community, nor especially the city of Nashua and the state of New Hampshire. As far as traffic goes, I spent 30 years on Silver Drive in Nashua, right across from the Pheasant Lane Mall. I can tell you that I can't imagine the traffic being any worse than during the heyday of the mall. The heyday of the mall, 1986 through the late 90s, early 2000s. I tell you, I would park my car on the weekend and I would just have to walk everywhere because there's absolutely no sense in trying to drive anywhere. So I really don't see the existence of a mall that would, an existence of a facility that would be bringing in traffic perhaps off hours than the retail. The retail would probably be towards the middle of the day, the casino potentially towards the middle, towards the end of the day. I don't see that necessarily being any worse than it had been at Sears. You have the same amount of parking, there's no added parking. So anyway, thank you very much for your time and happy voting.
All right, thank you. Okay, so see we don't have any more standing here, so I'm going to go ahead and close the public comment. I am going to take a little bit of a recess here for the board and for folks before I have the applicant come back up for their sort of rebuttal period. So it's 9:15 now. We'll start again at 9:20. So, yeah. Thank you. Seconds. So I'm going to go ahead and move back to the applicant and have you go ahead and respond to the public testimony here and take further questions from the board.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My first observation is that I wanted to try to clarify the split. I'm not sure we're here for that, and I'm not sure it matters what the split is, but we did have a little coalescing on what the division of proceeds are. And the charities receive 35% of gross proceeds from table games. They receive 8.75% of gross revenues from HHR machines. So that's what the charities get. The state gets 10% of table games to the New Hampshire Lottery for Public Education and 16.25% of gross revenues from HHR. So again, I would have to disagree with Mr. Ohm. He somehow put these numbers together and made it seem as if there was a lot of walking away money going on here. Again, I don't think it's an issue for this board to even consider, but in answer to your question, I wanted to be specific about what the proceeds were. It's certainly a profitable business, or people would not be doing it. You heard from a direct competitor, Delaware North. They sent 3 people up here. Their lawyer, their security officer, and their traffic engineer. And there's a reason why they're here. They don't want competition. It reminds me of the old Demoulas and Stop and Shop wars, where one of them would get a site and then the other guy would send in a team and object, even though they didn't have any grounds. These people don't have any standing to be here. And they frankly put forth arguments that are about what ifs, and that's not what we're here for. I want to remind the board that the standards are, number 3, will not materially endanger the public health or safety. And number 8, adequate public utilities and community facilities are available to the property to ensure that the proposed use will not necessitate excessive public expenditures in providing public services. I don't think there's any doubt that there'll be some police and fire expenditures, but just remember what they pay for taxes. And they're not schooling people. They're paying taxes for service down there. There's no evidence there'll be an excessive expenditure for any of these services that have been speculated on by those speaking in opposition. Having said that, I do feel the need to address Bill Ohm, and Linda, if you might be able to call up. I have a number of slides I was hoping not to use, but I'm going to try to be brief. My first observation, which I think is important, is I'm not sure, again, what standing Mr. Ohm has. He doesn't live near there. He lives up in Mountain Laurels, which is Sky Meadow. He's not in a butter. He's not even in the corridor, but he's here and he's opposed to this. The master plan, I think it's important to understand, and I know you all understand, but for the public and for the public record, I want to make it clear that the law of the state of New Hampshire is clear. There is a case entitled Rancourt versus Town of Barnstead, decided in 1986. And that case says right in there that the board cannot use the master plan in the absence of the town's enacting ordinances in these areas. And I've put the statute up on the screen. I'm just quoting directly from it. It also states in the statute that the master plan is a report that's designed to show as fully as is possible and practical the planning board's recommendations. In the court case, it says the master plan should function as a guide in the land use planning process. It's no mystery to all of you. You've been down this path before. You work on a master plan, you develop a master plan, it comes out, and the master plan is used to develop ordinances. What you're here to do is deal with the ordinances as they exist, not as they might exist. So looking down the road of the master plan, even the mayor said, if you call it the next screen, that's the case. I've just provided the case for a reference, but I quoted what's in the case. So if you go to the next screen, please. Next one? Yep. So in the mayor's introductory letter, he says, this framework is the essential jumping off point to reimagine our land use code and citywide policies. Again, we don't have a code that talks about all the issues Mr. Ohm raised on the master plan, and it's inappropriate for the planning board, by the case law, to consider the master plan in its decision. I could go on about terms within the master plan, which talk again about the tools the city can employ, most notably zoning. Those have not been enacted yet. So all of the elements raised by Mr. Ohm in the master plan about what could or should be done in these corridors are all good points, and that's what the city wants to do and is moving forward, believe it or not, and has passed some legislation out on Amherst Street and will pass more legislation. But as it sits now, we have to deal with the code as it stands, both your code, that is the legislation concerning what the planning board can do, and the zoning ordinance, and that's where we are, conditional use permit, and we're really focusing, as I said, on 2 criteria. I will also address the specific concerns of Mr. Ohm because he did raise them. Section F2, if completed, the development and its proposed condition will comply with all requirements, and he specifically mentioned signage, and I specifically rebut with, when we get to the signage part, it has to meet the signage ordinances, and if it's located anywhere else, has to come back to this board. It would have to go to the zoning board if it's not allowed, or too large, or blinking, or causing any damage outside what's permitted in the ordinance. Number F3, the building or structure will not materially endanger the public health or safety, and he talked about addiction of gambling and impacts such as community crimes. I remind you, there are other casinos in this town. You heard testimony from opposition of our direct competitor. It's specious to argue that addiction of gambling will have impacts, and those impacts have to be part of the public safety analysis. There are no facts supporting that allegation other than the percentage he recited from a website. If there are any facts, they haven't been presented. Now, on that point, I would also point out it's notable who was not testifying here today, either in opposition or support. Neither police department, no one from the town of Tingsboro. That tells you volumes. There have been discussions, and as I reported, the police are going to work this out amongst themselves after the fact. They're going to do it the way the police want to do it. They're not going to do it the way we're going to tell them to do it. They're not going to do it because we ask them to do it. They're going to work it out because each police officer said, police chief said to me, we will ensure the safety of the citizens of our community. That's their job. That's what they're going to do. I would urge you not to venture into that arena of, as suggested, forcing an agreement between the 2 police departments or forcing the police chief of either community to spell out what they're going to do. Remember, the standards, again, I'll have to reiterate them, will not materially endanger the public health or safety, no evidence of that. Adequate public utilities and community facilities are available to the property to ensure the proposed use will not necessitate excessive public expenditures. No evidence of any of that. The next one Mr. Ohm raised is the building structure or use will not substantially devalue abutting property, cites concerns of family-friendly business inside the mall and that traditional visitors won't be visiting. I only need to point out the Foxwoods, as I've said. I've been down there. I've been in the outlets, not in the gaming facility. People that go to the gaming go to the outlets, outlets gaming. They're mutual. They get along. That's the way it's going to be. F5, the building structure or use will be compatible with the neighborhood and with adjoining or abutting uses in the area in which it is to be located. He cites the incompatibility with retail, small business, light industrial residences. There has been no objection, and in fact, the mall and the mall owners have supported this. You heard testimony from the representative family that runs Zimmerman's. They're in support of it. There are no facts supporting incompatibility. Number 6, the building structure or use will not have a substantial adverse impact on highway or pedestrian safety. We went through the entire conservative reports, conservative numbers. We followed the city's protocol. We met with Mr. Hudson. You have the recommendation of the city, what they want to see. We did the reports just as they wanted, and we've come to the conclusion that these stipulations are going to address those issues of traffic safety. So I think your city staff has done its job, and we have done what they've asked us to do. Finally, traffic. Their concern is traffic will more than double from a reoccupied Sears. Isn't there a higher risk of accidents? Studies, as peer-reviewed, suggest no. So I think the final point he makes is F8, expenditures for public services, adequate public utilities, community facilities are available to the property to ensure that the proposed use will not necessitate excessive public expenditures. He says fire service will likely have additional EMT calls and accident responses. Again, I point out it's going to be a very large taxpayer in this city. Any use in there is going to have fire safety. There's no evidence to support that gaming has greater EMT calls or greater fire calls or greater police calls than other services. Casino security is not law enforcement, he says. That's also true. Crimes will be called in to the local police. They're going to run through that in their procedure and protocol, which is reinforced in the conditions of approval. They have to be reached and agreed upon and posted. The fact that it is a large professional organization, this is not a small operation. This is not what you used to know in the VFW hall. This is a large professional organization licensed in multiple states. They have security staff. They know what they're doing. You heard testimony, in fact, from the competitor, Delaware North Security Officer. They're working on getting security developed with the Nashua Police Department after the approval. That's what happens. That's how it works. So my answer to Mr. Olm is I think we have, the master plan is not something you consider, and not by law. And number two, we have answered all the concerns. There's no evidence to support any fear that he put forward. So we've answered all 8 points. Alderman Dowd testified, and again testified about the concerns of the police, which are certainly legitimate, and I can only reiterate what the chief said. We are going to provide safety and security to this city, no matter what the use is. He's not here. He's not objecting. He told me that. I believe he told Alderman Klee that. There was a question of alcohol. Last call, I want to put it on the record, is at 1:15. All alcohol is removed by 2 o'clock. The next people testifying, all three are from the direct competitor, that is Delaware North. That's who owns the Boston Billiards. They must feel there's some concern here. They raised concerns that could have been raised about their operation going into Sheraton, and should have maybe been raised, but they didn't raise them. They didn't have an answer for them. And now their concerns, the traffic engineer's biggest concerns are there may be a problem in Massachusetts. We don't really know what should be done down there. That, again, is not your jurisdiction. Your city staff has determined that there is a condition that they want to see satisfied. So we've agreed to that condition, and we've committed to it if you approve it with those conditions. The security officer had a concern about staffing. Everybody has a concern. And we're not asking that, and nor suggesting that this will require additional staffing. If, in fact, the police, and the alderman, and the mayor all decide that maybe there's adequate taxation coming in to supply that, that is their jurisdiction, not ours. There is no evidence that there'll be safety. There may be jurisdictional issues that they'll work out, but there's no evidence anywhere that anyone other than the opponents have a concern about safety. And those opponents are our competitor. And then finally, you heard from Attorney Lehman, who had raised some issues about jurisdictional, all good information, but again, this is something the police really ought to work out. And for this board to require an applicant to get an agreement or to dictate that kind of term is inappropriate. It's up to the police to decide what they want to do. Maybe they don't want a written agreement. There are things that they do that we don't do. So I would urge you not to delve into that. Stick with what we've proposed, which is the protocol. It's going to be covered. If they don't like it and we can't get their agreement, it's a condition of approval we didn't make and we can't go forward. As to the liabilities, Again, all interesting issues about what could or may happen at the edge, at the boundary line. But I remind everybody there was a robust Sears and Roebuck in there for a long time. I remember when it first started, I remember there were calls for police officers, there were shoplifting in the mall, there were thefts, and of course the easiest way out is duck out to Sears and head to that parking lot and drive south. Those issues are going to exist whoever goes in there, but there's nothing to suggest that the casino will generate anything of the level of materially endangering the public safety or health, or requiring excessive public expenditures providing public services. Thank you.
Okay. All right. For the board, we're still in the hearing here. Any questions for the applicant while we're up here? I know we do, just information-wise, I believe we have city traffic engineer here as well, yes?
Yes.
And city's third-party reviewer?
Yes.
Is available as well, so if the board wants to hear, and that's concerning traffic, essentially both of those, we can pull those folks forward, which I think might make some sense. But if there are questions for the applicant, let's go through those first. So Alderman Clayton.
Thank you. Just a couple questions. I think one of the people testifying spoke to it. For the record, I love the charitable gaming. I was in the State House and voted for it. So please know I'm definitely for it. And while my questions may seem contrary, that's not the case. Like I said, I think somebody had mentioned this. When we give out CDBG grants and so on and so forth, sometimes there's strings tied to it. When federal government gives that, there are no strings tied to any of the money that they receive from this charitable gaming. Is that correct?
I believe that is correct. Am I getting a nod from my?
There's no restrictions on how they can spend it.
No restrictions how they can spend it.
Perfect, thank you. The next question that I have is kind of relative to the number of charities that you help, whichever the casino is. I don't need to know what the number of it is, but I
it was
see
108 in 2022, and there'll be many more.
Yeah. So I'm just looking at what the potential is. If you did 2 a week at 52, that would be 104. Potentially, you could be doing like 208 or something. If you did a third one, and you could add another 104 or more of that. But my question is, if you did decide, because when you were talking about, you said at this time, there's no plans to close the other ones, or that's not in your plan. But I have heard, and again, I never spoke to you or any of the other people from ECL, so this is all hearsay. But I have heard that the ultimate plan is to close those other 2, and then to have it where the state only allows you to do 2 charities, and that's a new one. It used to be 1 every, a week to 10 days or something to that number there. You won't be adding more charities. You would actually be reducing them if those other 2 did close. So I just want to kind of get that out on the record, is that, and the same thing for the other casino. When they talk about potentially closing there, they're not going to have 2, they're only going to have 1. So to say that they're adding more is not going to necessarily be that. So that's kind of my concern here, is we're going to have this large, they're going to get more money because all these percentages, and you're going to have a bigger take there. So the smaller number of charities you'll be working with will get a bigger pot, but some of those other ones are going to go by the wayside. And I've heard all these charities come through, which I want you to keep helping as many people as possible. So.
I think I better let someone more qualified.
Yes, hi, Christine Latino, Director of Charity Services. So just like your wishes, we want to help as many as possible. Currently, we serve 3 charities between the 2 properties every 10 days. So the statute reads up to 10 days. However, it can be fewer than that. So our hope, once this new property, is that we would, because the amounts are going to be so much larger, we are considering going to 7 days, which will allow us to keep all the existing charities and hopefully add at least a few, if not more, because some charity gaming halls here in New Hampshire go down to as few as 5. So right now we're thinking 7 so that we can maintain the existing and add additional.
Just one quick
Yeah,
question.
go ahead.
Just a clarification. Did you say that you do 3 every 10 days? I thought
Yes.
I thought it was a limit of 2 every 10 days.
So 1 at the river, 2 at the Lucky Moose.
Oh, okay, I got it. Okay, yeah. Thank you. That answers my question.
Okay. Other questions by the board for the applicant? Mr. Hirsch?
Yeah, Mr. Hollis, under stipulation number 4, if we were to approve this, does this mean that if you are unable to develop a life safety police protocol agreement between the 2 police departments, this agreement you would not be able to open a facility?
We would not be able to get a building.
So that would be a deal killer
We
right
have
there.
to work that out, yes.
Okay, thank you.
And if we can't, we'll be back here to explain why and maybe ask for relief. But that's the condition we're agreeing to this evening.
Thank you.
All right. Other questions by the board for the applicant at this time?
Yes.
Go ahead, Mr. Peterson.
I'd just like to get clarification on what was just discussed. So we would need an agreement between the Nashua Police Force and the Massachusetts Police about the cross-border interactions of jurisdiction, liability, and who's responsible for things. That agreement would have to be agreed upon before.
That's not what the condition is.
The condition
is we will develop a life safety police protocol in conjunction with Nashua and Tingsboro Police Departments. The protocol should be posted on site and adhered to. So if the police departments do not agree to a protocol, then we have a problem. But protocol is not an agreement between them. I'm not even sure they want an agreement between them, as I said. I want to leave that in the police department's hands. But we have a protocol, the protocol is about life safety concerns. What happens when there's an event? Who do they call? Where do they go? This protocol that we have proposed to them is a plan, and it identifies in the plan all of the emergency exit areas, where all the lights and security are going to be. It revolves around who's going to be the person responsible. So all of that gets discussed and put in writing, and then it also gets massaged as the use continues on. So it says that posted on site and adhered to. They have to develop a life safety protocol.
Thank you.
Yeah, and it's just for clarification, that's the way this is written is prior to the issuance of a building permit. So, other question by the board? Alderman Clee?
Thank you. I'm sorry to beat a dead horse here, but protocol is always kind of like a word that I look at, and I know it just means a standard of how we do things and so on. And you were talking about that. This will not necessarily address my concern when I talked about the jurisdiction, who has jurisdiction. This is just basically if someone has a heart attack or suddenly the lights go out and we lose power, how do we get out and so on. And that's kind of what you're talking about with protocol, life safety, the physical life safety, but not necessarily the jurisdictional issues between the two.
That is correct.
Departments and so on. And I just want to, if I may, just make a statement.
Sure.
When I did speak to the chief, and I asked him, would you like to come and speak? And he's like, I don't think he wanted to, and it's because whatever he could say would probably make it sound like he's against the casino. And when you spoke to him, he is not against the casino. He is not against that. Any new business coming into that. He did have some serious concerns about the jurisdiction. I wish he were here. Truthfully, I would rather, before I make a vote, to hear him speak here in public, as well as the Tingsboro Police. That's just kind of some of the anxiety. That is my real anxiety about all of this is, I even have a feeling that when you open up the door, the edge of your door is going to be in Tingsboro. I mean, that's how concerned I am about all of this.
I guess my response has been the same, which is there was a store there. That's not the only store that's on the state line. When there are issues and they arise, this is not going to be the first time that this happens. The police in each community have to deal with this constantly. So it has arisen because it's a new operation and they probably ought to renew. It's been kind of dead down there and they ought to renew their discussion. But this is not something new or novel. This occurs. Jurisdictional issues occur. And I am not sure that they're necessarily going to reach an agreement about this. There'll be a call made to who it gets called to. That's what protocol is. And then when the call is received, each department's going to respond the way they want to respond. And that became abundantly clear to me in discussions with not only them, but other police departments on the border. They will respond the way they want to respond because it's their department. And so if we start wading into telling them, no, you have to reach an agreement, this is really not the business of the planning board or the applicant.
May I?
Sure, go ahead.
I would not demand anybody to reach an agreement, especially one state to another state. That's going to get, but I guess I would feel more comfortable knowing what those issues are. And yes, Sears was there, and I know that there's a bar, restaurant there, and so on. And I think the case that the chief had cited to what had happened personally to him when he was an officer is indicative as to what potentially can happen. I don't know the true rules as to you know, who does or doesn't have liability and so on to that. I think that's kind of why I'm having this anxiety. You're not the same business as Sears is. There's going to be more alcohol flowing. It's a whole different thing. It's not like I'm going into the store. They're going to be spending more hours there than they would if they were shopping, unless they're me. I probably spend as much hours shopping as someone who's sitting in a casino. But so I think it's a completely different type of thing. So to compare it, saying, well, Sears has been there and in its heyday it had more. I'm not concerned about the parking. My only concern is truly that big yellow line that's going to be there. And to the point of whether we paint a line there or we don't paint a line there, I think the painting the line there helps the officers and so on. And I think they really want to have that line there so they know not to cross it. They know if it's happening here, that's going to be Tingsboro. I really would like to hear from these two, whether it be chiefs or just representatives of the, whether it's representatives of the union, the representatives of that. I wish they had come here.
I think it speaks to their position in it, though. It's an issue they're going to have to work out, and they know it.
Yeah, I'm not
They
sure I
both
agree
said
with
that to me.
Just a quick comment, you know, about process. This application has gone through the police department. Right? I mean, our process that goes through them, and there is a formal comment that there are no comments. You know what I mean? Like it's not that it did not happen. This has gone through. Every application that goes through this board goes through Public Works, goes through Fire, obviously through Planning, goes through Police. I'm probably forgetting a few others. Public Health.
Health Department, yeah.
Yeah. So I mean, this has happened, and it, you know, I've been here a lot of years. We get plenty of comments, particularly from Police and Fire, on a lot of applications. So I just want the public to understand this. It's not like this has end around anything. It's been through these departments.
Oh.
Yeah.
I completely understand
formal
that.
comment. So, and we have responses from those that, you know, to planning that there aren't comments that are not included in this packet. So,
yeah, Mr. Chair, and further to that point, I mean, we'd had a discussion about was this regional impact project and the state line that really didn't apply. But even having said that, Linda can correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe the planning staff has reached out as a courtesy to Tingsboro so that they would have an opportunity to comment or send letters or do whatever they wanted to do. So, I mean, yeah, if anything, we've gone above and beyond in terms of process, trying to make sure everybody's informed to gather whatever input they have to give us.
Yeah, yeah, thanks. That's what I just wanted to get out there, that, yeah, for public in particular. There are no applications in this board that don't go through those departments for formal comment. And correct me if I'm wrong, on the staff side, we require a response from them, you know.
Particularly if it's something that, public safety, we definitely would want fire to weigh in, or if there's traffic issues, we want to hear from engineering.
Right.
So, but I have not received any comments from fire on this at all.
Yeah, okay.
I'm sorry, from police
Yeah.
on this at all.
All right. Mr. Peterson?
So since the staff report has no comment from either police department, ours or Tingsboro, that just leaves it TBD should there be a cross-border incident. We don't really know what to expect after that, because there's no set of guidelines or rules that are defined. Are we okay with that?
Well, I think we can discuss that in the meeting, if you want. I mean, questioning back
Okay,
and forth
we'll
with
wait.
the board probably is more appropriate in the meeting, but definitely worth talking about. Mr. Hudson?
Mr. Chair, you had suggested maybe that staff come up and just speak to, if we're ready to go to that, speak to the traffic, because there was at least some testimony seeking, clarification about what mitigation was being proposed relative to traffic.
Yeah.
And we have had quite a few discussions, so the senior traffic engineer, Wayne Husband, is here, as well as our peer reviewer, and I think it would be helpful just to have it as part of the testimony to describe what process we've gone through and where we've arrived, if the board would like to hear that.
Yeah, agreed. Yeah, and we can pull the applicant back up if we need to anyway. We're still in the hearing. So, yeah, at this point, I'd ask if Mr. Husband can come up and maybe provide some insight, particularly into the, the process we use for reviewing the traffic, at the city level.
Okay, Wayne Husband, Senior Traffic Engineer, and I have with me here tonight Jason Ford, BHB Engineers. They did our peer review for the traffic impact assessment. As far as process, as with any project, we have our guidelines for traffic impact studies, but we, especially being a change of use site plan and in a location where we formerly had a Sears building, we put together a scope of work that we thought best suited the application that was before us. So, there were several iterations, several back and forths, as Morgan discussed, and we basically came up, we basically like to assure the planning board that we came up with a traffic mitigation plan to address the traffic impacts from the proposed casino. Morgan talked about a lot of this stuff earlier, but I'll just, reiterate some of this stuff. One of the first things that we did was we, for probably close to 20 years now, we've been trying to change the intersection of Costco, Zimmerman's, and the Pheasant Lane Access Mall. We've been successful at removing CJ's Auto dealership, who also had their own traffic signal just south of the main signal about 15 years ago. But we've been trying to, working with Stefan Zimmerman over the years and trying to address that other signal head because, as Morgan mentioned earlier, that traffic signal is probably one of the more unconventional traffic signals I've ever laid eyes on. And, it's not only inefficient, but it's potentially unsafe because it's just a wide open intersection with, the motorists, particularly motorists unfamiliar with the intersection, are confused in approaching that intersection. You turn out from the Zimmerman's Mall ski shop, you get a green light, and you go in directly into a red light at the main intersection. I mean, that, the first time you do that, it just catches you by surprise. So that's a safety concern, but it's also a capacity concern because all the time it takes to go from that one traffic signal in front of Zimmerman's is, as was mentioned earlier, the traffic signal at the main intersection just sits and waits for that traffic signal to cycle through its green, yellow, and red cycle. So making these changes to Zimmerman, the changes include like a right turn in at the southern end of the Zimmerman ski shop, you know, instead of where they enter today, extending the median island in the middle so that they can no longer turn left out of the Zimmerman ski shop, and having the left turns turn into the Pheasant Lane Access Mall and then turn right into Zimmerman's. And as Stefan mentioned earlier, that these changes are going to be rather significant as it affects its parcel. The casino has also agreed to work with the Zimmermans to redo their parking lot to address parking and you know, traffic movements through the intersection, even deliveries and so forth at the ski shop. So that's all in one plan. That's something that we've been trying to get done for 20 years, so we're pretty happy about that. But that's only one element of the traffic mitigation. The other element is the traffic volumes, or the traffic coordination and signal timings down on DW Highway and Spitbrook Road are based on traffic volumes that were counted probably 20 years ago. So it's really well past time that we need to, we've redone all the traffic volumes, and we need to like adjust all the traffic signal and coordination along all of DW Highway and Spitbrook Road. If you recall, we had a box store in here about maybe 2 years ago where we were going to have them do this same thing, and but the way we look at it now is whichever one comes first is going to do this particular traffic mitigation, and we'll find something else for the other applicant to do if he comes in second. So we've got all that going. Then we've got we've also requested the applicant, and the applicant's been very cooperative every step of the way here as far as working with the city. But we also asked them to talk to the town of, or the state of Massachusetts DOT or MassDOT, and we've asked them to talk to the town of Tinsboro, which you've heard them say earlier that they have done, because with 65% of the traffic heading south from the casino into Massachusetts, or towards that intersection, we really think that some improvements need to take place down in Massachusetts, not just to accommodate the traffic using the DW Highway, but also to accommodate the casino's interest as well, as their 65% of their patrons are going to be going out through that intersection. So it only makes sense for them to talk to the state of Mass. And but further, to make sure that the city of Nashua is covered, we've asked them to come back 6 months after the casino is complete and contributing to the roadway to collect the more recent traffic volumes and reanalyze everything, determine what the impacts are, and come up with some mitigation. And part of the reason for that is we want to know if they shouldn't fix that intersection down in Massachusetts, then we want to be able to do something different for mitigation with our intersections and access points along DW Highway to address the traffic that's no longer going south towards the Massachusetts intersection, but rather using the other mall intersections which are in Nashua. So in a nutshell, that's what we've come up with for traffic mitigation, and we think that that will address the impacts from the casino. I don't know if the board has any questions.
Questions from the board? Yeah.
I just wanted to add, just so the board's familiar, because the conditions don't speak to the costs here, but the retiming effort that we're talking about is significant. It's all those intersections on the corridor, and it's to the tune of $92,000. This is work at Zimmerman's. I don't know what that's going to cost, but pulling a number out of there, it's going to be $50,000 or more, I'm sure. So these are not insignificant numbers, especially considering what we've requested for similar types of facilities elsewhere. So I think at the other casino for Spitbrook, we required 2 traffic cameras, which was $50,000 together. And to Wayne's point, you know, we engaged VHB as a peer consultant because Wayne and I have seen lots of different types of things come through, but the casino's kind of a fairly unique proposal here, especially of the scale proposed. So we engaged the professional who had more experience with that type of trip generation, whatever, and there was a lot of discussion about trip generation, and we did ask for very conservative analyses to be done. And so we believe we erred on that side, but having this 6-month check-in and you know, to reaffirm, really confirm what's happening after they're up and running, I think is kind of a boot and suspenders approach here. So it gives us some comfort. So I guess that's all I had.
Yeah, and I just might add that there was mention earlier about how traffic impact studies typically have like a 10-year forecast. Well, you know, we did a very conservative analysis, or had GPI do a very conservative analysis of the traffic. And in the trip generation, we actually had the counts done, a trip generation done based upon traffic volumes at another casino that were like done in pre-pandemic conditions. So looking into our crystal ball, we don't even know in 10 years if we'll be back to those pre-pandemic conditions, you know, 10 years from now. So we think we're pretty well covered with the traffic assessment that was done by GPI.
Okay. Other questions of our traffic engineer by the board? Okay, I think we're all set there. So, thank you. Thanks. All right, so I would, sorry, we're not in public comment anymore. We're in.
Point of order, Mr. Chairman.
Come up to the microphone, please.
Yeah, I believe the procedures of the planning board call for a rebuttal by the opponents not to exceed 5 minutes. Is that correct, sir?
I don't have that in my thing.
It's in the rules of the planning board, sir.
Yeah, I'm not, I mean, I've been here 12 years and not seen that happen, so.
And if I may point out precedents from the last meeting in August, that you allowed 5 minutes for the opponents.
Are you talking about public rebuttal or applicant? You said applicant rebuttal.
I'm talking about a public rebuttal on the subdivision plan, where after some controversy, you agreed that the opponents would get 5 minutes.
Years ago, we were doing that. I mean, do you want 5 minutes to rebut?
I do, sir.
And you feel like you speak for everybody in the audience here?
I will, sir.
It's one person.
One person, no more than 5 minutes.
Go ahead.
If I may. Thank you, sir.
Name and that?
Yeah, the name is Bill Ohm, 18 Mountain Laurels Drive, Nashua. I wanted to comment very briefly on Attorney Hollis's remarks. The revenue split I was referring to was on the most profitable piece of the casino, which is the historic horse racing. And that's a 9-to-1 ratio of money taken by the operator versus money given to charity, 9-to-1. The table games are, as the attorney pointed out, correct. It's a higher percentage to the charity. But the restrictions of the lottery commission are such that they only allow 70% of the floor space to be allowed for historic horse racing, and 30% must be for the other games. Otherwise, it could be all historic racing. Secondly, comment about the small casinos versus large casinos in terms of security and general problems. It's, I think, inappropriate to compare a casino like the Moose to a large building like the Sears in terms of the kind of problems you're going to have. Comment was made about the retail. Mohegan Sun that he's referring to is a tribal property in Connecticut, tribal land. And on their own, they've decided to expand the tribal property to put in their own retail, the Tangier outlets, so that they can have some of the players who made some money spend it locally instead of leaving the property. It's not a normal municipal zoning issue. But the most important thing I want to talk about was the description, and this is Article 70, Chapter 77 of the city ordinance, that talks about the duties and responsibilities of the planning board. And it says very clearly here, I'll just read the one sentence, that the planning board shall promote public interest in and understanding of the master plan and of the official map of the city as hereinafter provided, and it shall do all things necessary and incidental to the promotion and execution of said plan and map. So I believe you certainly have the statutory authority, the authority under the city ordinance to take guidance from the master plan that you've produced and apply that to this application for the conditional use permit. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thanks. And just to your last point, I mean, I think we've historically shown we definitely take our master plan into account. So I don't think you have to worry about that. That's, we're in agreement there, so. Okay, so at this point, with the board in the hearing, we still have the applicant available to us. We still have the staff available to us. Are there any questions that the board would like to make to either the applicant or staff or any of the city traffic folks? Okay. Good. All right, I'm gonna go ahead and close the hearing. Appreciate everybody's input. You know, it's lengthy, but I think, you know, the board definitely appreciates all the opinions that everyone gives from all sides. So it definitely helps us in this process. All right, so being in the meeting now, this is for the board only. You know, we've been looking at this in our packet for a while, so I think the board is probably well aware of what's happening here and what's going on. We have some new sort of stipulations that have been brought in recently by staff. It seems like, to me, there's some sort of, you know, in terms of concerns, traffic is obviously one. I mean, it essentially comes up in everything we do here in the planning board, regardless of whether it's a two-lot subdivision or a, you know, a large retail area. My own opinion is, you know, in terms of traffic and the location, I'm not sure there's a better place than Nashua for this amount of traffic to be generated. I mean, it literally has, you know, interchange access, right? I mean, you know, we've talked about other issues, you know, the other casino that was brought up here tonight. One of the problems there being traffic, and, you know, it certainly has the interchange here is direct to me. I feel like that's a big benefit here. And we have 3 different entrances. We're making some improvements. I mean, I've been in Nashua for 20 years. The mall traffic, I'm talking directly in this, you know, this Pheasant Lane Mall. It's not like it used to be. It seems to diminish some. This is obviously going to bring it back some. You know, vacant anchor stores and malls are not a great thing for the city. I mean, there's literally, that's a lose-lose to us. So any kind of use that can be productive there, to me, seems valuable. The jurisdictional issues with the police, as far as I'm concerned, I mean, I'm very hesitant to put any stipulation on our public safety officials. We give them the opportunity to input to us. I feel like they take that opportunity whenever they need to. But I feel like they know way more than we know about how to operate this stuff. So, you know, getting a commitment from the applicant to continue to talk to those authorities, I think, is very valuable, and making sure that some protocol is developed. But I'm super hesitant of putting any kind of stipulation on Nashua PD or, you know, never mind across the border. I mean, frankly, we don't even have the capability to do that, right? I don't think that's anywhere near a planning board jurisdiction. And I think, you know, if there's a problem with policing and charitable gaming, I mean, no offense, but I almost think it's an aldermanic issue, you know, if the aldermen don't want that type of use in this facility, in this city, you know, address it. You know, that's happened before. We've done that with the smoke shops, we've done it with other things, right? I mean, that's a political and aldermanic function, not a land use function, which is what we are. So that's kind of some of my thoughts. I mean, certainly welcome everybody's thoughts on this, and particularly in some of the concerns. Alderman Clee?
Thank you. I don't disagree with you as far as some of these issues are kind of aldermanic and having to come up with new land use codes and so on. I can't get past the jurisdiction issue. I feel like I am putting our officers at risk. But I want to make a comment here where someone said that the state gets something and the charities get something and the city gets nothing. That's wrong. The city is going to get revenue through tax dollars generated. An empty building is generating no taxes. So when this casino goes in, the value of that property will be realized to the city via taxes. So I just want to make sure I clarify that. I am not a person who just jumps on everything because someone says it. So that is that. And again, maybe this is my aldermanic background coming out. I have an issue about protecting the police. I wish in the future when other departments do send, they have no issue or so on, that we did get that as part of our package. I did see that Ms. Peak had, there was a letter in our packet that said how she felt about 3 different issues that were there. So I would like to see in the future that we have that. I absolutely believe in the process, but having spoken to the chief and actually having spoken to other officers within the city, they may have felt that there was no issues per se, because this is something that they've been living with for a long time. But I do believe that there is going to be more police traffic. I don't believe the comments that people have made about there's going to be, you know, addictions and all this kind of issue. If that were the case, I think we would have seen that already in the city. But this is not the same as Sears. It's going to be opened up later. There's going to be more alcohol there. And, you know, there is going to be some increased issues. Maybe not significant. Maybe I'm completely wrong. I would have loved to have seen either one or both of them here. I don't think either one wanted to come here, probably more for political reasons, because it might be taken that they are against this, which I know at least our chief is not. He is not against this casino. He's not against new businesses, but because that to me is a resolved issue. And as we were talking, there were a lot of ifs, and as an ex-state rep and as an alderman, unintended consequences is something that rides my back. I mean, truly does. I have to think of all those things going forward. And I do believe it is a land use issue when we're talking about the public safety. If our police cannot go over the line and our police cannot do certain things, they have to call the Tingsboro police when they're right there. I think that is a public safety. I do think that falls within this issue. So I can't support it for that particular reason. And it breaks my heart, because if it were somewhere else, I would have no problems. I have no issue with the casino gambling. I was really thrilled to see that they would be able to shorten the days and no one would get lost, and they'd be able to add more people. That answered that question that I had. But you know, I'm not going to force the issue. There was a part of me that originally did want to table it and so that we could get these individuals in, but I will not go there. But I just cannot approve this as is, because I do believe it is a public safety issue. If we're putting our police, literally they can't cross the line. So, thank you.
Yeah, I don't feel we should second-guess public safety people. They would have, despite the politics, brought it to our attention, at least obliquely, that there was a concern or a problem. So I don't think we should put ourselves in their position, helping them make decisions. We have to trust them, I think. They've got to live with it.
May I respond?
Yeah, we can.
Okay. I just don't know what the proper.
Yeah, this is a meeting.
I agree with you. I wish that they had. I did not see that report of what their response was, but I can tell you firsthand from speaking to them, including the chief, including other officers, their concerns with it. I wish that had been put into a report. I don't know if it's the politics. I don't know if it's just because they don't want to come off sounding like they're against this, but I can tell you personally, I know in this room it's just hearsay because I'm saying that I said that, and you're not hearing it from them directly, but that is and I'm not second guessing them. I spoke to them specifically,
Yeah,
so.
but they could have articulated a concern or an
Wish they
issue
had.
or
Yeah.
whatever, and I'm sure they would have, if there's something you have to live with down the road, and they're gonna have all kinds of crazy, incidents cross-border or whatever else, I'm sure they would have at least raised it with us in some way.
I wish they had, yeah.
Well, but with their silence, I think they've kind of indicated they have no problem.
Okay. Mr. Peterson?
Yeah, regarding the borderline issues, meaning the border between Massachusetts and New Hampshire. So we really don't have a well-defined roles as to who has jurisdiction, who has liability, who has responsibility, and we're just going to leave that up to the friendly police officers to work that out among themselves. Well, if something really important happens, then it comes down to a legal matter, and we're just flying blind. This is like TBD. Something bad happens, well, then we'll worry about it later.
Yeah, but don't you have faith in those officers?
I have faith in officers to have goodwill towards one another. However, if something, a legal matter pops up, then it becomes a legal matter, not a friendship matter.
Mr. Hudson?
I think I agree with the chair. The police were offered an opportunity to provide input. They provided some, just in speaking with people, that's great, but they didn't provide anything here as testimony that would tell us that we shouldn't move forward with this. I mean, I'm left with, how can I be more concerned than the people that are going to be responsible to carry that out? I mean, if they had a concern to the level they thought we shouldn't approve it, then they should be here to voice that, and I don't think that's the case. I think they've probably made the same assessment that I've made, that there are concerns, there are pros and cons of any type of a development in this, for this development. I believe the pros outweigh the cons to a significant degree. If this was a brand-new facility and they were going to build this parking lot for the first time, and we had this jurisdictional border thing, maybe we would spend more time on it. To me, we're occupying vacant space. It's a pre-existing condition. Is it going to be made much worse than it was with Sears? Maybe a little, who knows? But that issue existed previously, and I don't feel qualified basically to adjudicate the interjurisdictional issues between police departments. I do take comfort in the fact that the casino is going to work with them to at least develop their protocols and build those relationships. I agree with the chair. I also felt the same way as him regarding traffic. Were it not for the being on the border, this would be an ideal place. I mean that in the sense of the jurisdictional issues with PD sorts of things, but the almost direct access to the highway is pretty ideal for a development of this size. If this was somewhere else in the city, I think we would be harder to accommodate it. We've been through a number of discussions and iterations on traffic with the applicant. I don't know what more we would do on traffic at this point. We're not probably building more lanes on DW Highway. We've had that sort of a discussion before. We're kind of constrained with there. So we're doing what we propose to do under that other application, trying to wring as much capacity as we can out of our existing system, make it work as efficiently as it can. And in this case, even we're going back and looking 6 months later to make sure things are working as anticipated. And if they are not, the applicant's committed to trying to address those in other ways. So I guess in the net, that's where I am. I think the pros outweigh the cons, and I'll be in support of it.
Other comments by Ms. Beeson?
Yep. This particular business, as compared to the other casinos in town, I think it dwarfs them in size. This is, many thousands of square feet, a lot more employees, a lot more cars, it's open till 4 a.m. It's a whole different level of size and complexity than the two current casinos that we have in town. And we should take that into consideration. And then as far as the cross-border jurisdictional issues, it's just a big old question mark. We have to put it on good faith that things are going to work out. And to me, I think we may have a responsibility to our fellow Nashawans to have a better definition as to what's expected of each side of the border. And then the other thing is, if the Nashua Police Department has to hire, if they have to staff up to accommodate this new facility downtown, perhaps the applicant could donate towards the police detail to cover their costs, but the Nashua taxpayers are going to have to pay their benefits and retirements. And I wonder if the amount of revenue that the city gains from this new business, will that cover the cost of, long-term cost of all the benefits and retirement of these additional police officers? So I have a big old question mark in front of me, and I haven't really made up my mind yet if I'm going to vote yes or no.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, my response to some of the things is, the mall has been functioning at that location. Maybe the size of the casino and the number of people there is significant, but I'm not sure that it's any more significant than a fully occupied Pheasant Lane Mall with the Sears. I mean, I'm not comparing to Sears. I mean, if you were to take the number of people in the mall, it's way more than are going to be in the casino, and it has been. And my own feeling is there's probably a heck of a lot more shoplifting going on in the mall than there is crimes happening in a casino. I mean, the casino has way more security than the mall has, right? So, I mean, any of these cross-jurisdictional issues, if it hasn't been a showstopper for the mall at this point, I don't see how this facility actually makes it worse. It could even be better, in my opinion. The amount of security, just from their numbers in the casino, dwarfs the amount of security in the mall by, I'm sure, a factor of many. So instead of having, whatever number of mall security we have, you're going to add all that on top of what's there now from the casino security. So I don't know. It feels to me like the level of security in that zone, call it whatever it is, in that building, is going way up. The amount of potential for crime or whatever, I don't think is going up at a rate any higher. I mean, to me, that's kind of how I measure it, is, this issue that we're kind of saying is what if. I feel like it's been there since the mall's been there. And we haven't had these big issues in the town. I mean, I've been here a long time too with that issue. So why is, we're adding people, but we're not adding more than, I don't think, what the mall was at one point. So, I don't know. And the amount of security being there is, to me, trumps any potential increase in issues, you know, I mean, so that's how I'm looking at it. Mr. Hirsch?
You know, one thought we really haven't discussed is this is going to bring, I think, new life into the mall. Just the sheer number of bodies going to the property there. It may invigorate, and is an intangible benefit, basically, strengthen the existing mall tenants and bring other new tenants into the property just by the sheer traffic.
Okay. Alderman Clee?
Thank you. While I do have this big if and so on, I did not miss all the comments that were made about the amount of cameras that would be there, the amount of security and so on. So I do agree with you on that this is going to be an extraordinarily secure area. I can't disagree with it. It gives it a shot of life to that dead area, and there's nothing worse than seeing closed storefronts.
Right.
No one likes to see that. And as I said, if this were at the JCPenney, as he talked about, I wouldn't have felt this issue. It's that door opening to that particular thing that I do have anxiety about. But putting all that aside, I always play devil's advocate, even with myself. All of the positives that have been talked about, the security that goes there, the shot of money that's going to go into that Daniel Webster Highway and the Zimmerman, things like that, are all positives for me, which makes it very difficult for me to even have a negative about it. I cannot help but going back to my conversations with the police officers and so on. So I don't disagree with anything that anybody said here about all the positives. That's that one negative just eats at me, and that's where I lay. But I do want to absolutely positively say that I think that the ECL has gone above their promises that they've made, the working that they've done with that. I commend them for that, and I would have no issues if they were elsewhere in that mall. That one particular building it bothers me too much, so that's where I stand on it. But you've all made very good points. They've done their due diligence and good job on it, but I still have that one issue with the police, and it's per my conversations with them. So, thank you.
May I ask Alderman Clee a question?
Yeah, sure.
Alderman Clee, in your estimation, do you think the amount of revenue that comes in from this new casino will cover the benefit and retirement cost of any new police officers that may need to be hired?
I'm not qualified to answer something like that. But I will say, as an alderman, anytime we can start getting tax dollars for something, that is a positive. So by having this building, I mean, when we do the tax assessments for businesses, we base it on what their potential earnings are. And this is obviously a very strong potential earning. So I think we would be getting very good tax dollars. I think the taxpayers would be very happy with that. So I can't say what will cover what or who, so.
Mr. Peterson?
So from off-the-cuff estimation, it seems like, the tax revenue benefits will far outweigh our expenditures, at least it seems that way. And also, an earlier commenter pointed out, well, remember the DW Highway in front of the Pheasant Lane Mall in the 1980s, before people started buying online? That place was mobbed regularly. So if this new facility introduces new traffic, and it'll mostly be evening traffic, that's manageable, because we've done it in the past.
Okay. Any more discussion? Somebody want to make a motion?
I think Larry does. Not really. Okay, in the matter of
Mr. Hirsch.
new business project A23-0062, conditional use permit is hereby granted for a casino gambling facility. Tell me if I'm missing anything. Subject to 6 stipulations as printed in the planning board staff report. Actually 7, I'm sorry, 7.
Yeah, there's a 5A and a 5B.
Right.
Yeah, so- Okay. All right, so let me just summarize. So we have this motion to approve this conditional special use permit. This would be that it does meet the requirements in the NRO 190-146D with there are 7 stipulations as written in the current staff report. We have a second on it. Second by Mr. Hudson. Any further discussion by the board? All those in favor? Aye. Opposed? Okay, so we have 4 and 1 against. That motion passes. Okay. All right, thank you very much. Thank you all. Yep. Okay, I'm just gonna wait about 5 minutes here. I need to have a couple of discussions with the board about the next things on the agenda here, so let's give it a minute for it to play out here. And our other folks to come back up. All right, we're coming back here. So again, let me repeat, new business conditional use permit, it's case A230132. This is JP Irving LLC owner, Ridgeline Defense Manufacturing LLC applicant, proposed conditional use permit to amend NR 1010 to allow for firearms parts and accessories manufacturing and distribution. This is located at 4 Bud Way. So with respect to this application, has anybody on the board had a chance to take a look at this and want to make a motion as to whether it's ready for us to take jurisdiction?
Motion to take jurisdiction.
Okay, so we have a motion to take jurisdiction by Mr. Hirsch. Do we have a second? Second by Alderman Cleek. Any further discussion on the jurisdiction by the board? All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? None. We have jurisdiction. Okay. So do we have somebody from the applicant that wants to speak? Come on up. Remember to state your name and address for the record and present your application.
I'm not very good with microphones. Normally I just yell, so here we go.
Yeah, you have to stay pretty close to it.
I'll do my best.
Pull it towards you if you need to.
All right. Good evening, Mr. Chairman, ladies and gentlemen of the board. My name is Alex Hartman. I'm the CEO of Ridgeline Defense and the manager of Ridgeline Defense Manufacturing LLC. First and foremost, I want to say your planning department has been extraordinarily helpful in this process and helping me navigate it, so thank you to them first and foremost. As far as I understand here, the approval criteria for the conditional use permit for firearms manufacturing, parts, accessories, and distribution was 9 key items, so that the building or structure and use is specifically authorized by the matrix 190-15, table 15-1 as a conditional use, which it is per land use code. Number 2, if completed, development in its proposed location will comply with all requirements of this article and with the specific conditions of standards established in the chapter for the particular building, structure, or use. The development of the proposed project will comply with all the requirements, specific conditions, standards, because we're making no exterior alterations to the building or the grounds, or the site. Number 3, the building, structure, or use will not materially endanger health or public safety. The proposed project will not materially endanger public health or safety. We're only assembling components that are machined or forged or, molded by our vendors, and then all of our testing will be conducted off-site. So the only thing happening at that location is final assembly and shipping and receiving. Number 4, the building, structure, use will not substantially devalue abutting property. The project will not substantially devalue the abutting property, as outwardly there will be no change from the current operation or any of the operations of the abutting properties or operators. Number 5, the building, structure, of use will be compatible with the neighborhood and with adjoining or abutting uses in the area which it is located. The adjoining or abutting uses of the area are in operation or identical units in use of the industrial park, so there's no change outwardly there. Number 6, the building, structure, or use will not have substantial adverse impact on highway or pedestrian safety. Proposed project will not have any substantial adverse effect on the highway or pedestrian safety. Our facility is not open to the public. It is not a retail or direct-to-consumer location. It'll only be employees, and there's all set for deliveries and a dock in the rear already. Number 7, the building, structure, or use will not have a substantial adverse impact on natural and environmental resources of the city. Again, as we're doing nothing to the exterior and overproducing any runoff or gas emission to cause any substantial adverse impact. Number 8, adequate public utilities and community facilities are available to the property to ensure the proposed use will not necessitate excessive public expenditures in providing public services. It will not necessitate excessive public expenditures as the gas, water, and electric services currently on site are adequate for our use. And number 9, that the use of on-street parking in the airport industrial district is consistent with and compatible with the use of on-street parking in the area. As far as I was concerned, it was not applicable. There's parking lots and spaces assigned per unit for each one of the units in the industrial park. At this time, I guess I'm open to any questions or.
Okay. Just a couple questions for me. There's no ammunition at all in this facility?
There'd be ammunition held for testing in accordance with ATF requirements.
Is there any testing there? Or
no, testing happens off-site. So once final assembly is done, they're taken off-site for either reliability or accuracy testing. Okay. Then they're returned, cleaned, packaged, and set for delivery or distribution.
So the ammunition that's on site is just for test fitting?
Minimal for testing, yep. Okay. So it's a low amount per item that has to go through a reliability test or basic reliability test to go out at the off-site testing locations.
Okay.
The big concern, and to speak, so we also own and operate a large training facility up in the northern part of the state, where we do maintain large volumes of ammunition. The number one concern for flammability is going to be mainly for black powder, which we're not using any of. So it's only cased ammunition using modern smokeless powders. So there's a much less concern for the flammability.
And this is all like sort of a wholesale operation. There's no selling of stuff to any retail.
Correct. There's no retail or direct-to-consumer done on site. It's only done through either website distribution or direct-to-distributor. So we sell up to the wholesalers.
Up to the wholesaler.
Correct.
All right.
So no walk-ins or anything like that.
Yeah. Okay. No customer access.
Negative. No.
Okay. Other questions, Mr. Barley?
Yes, sorry, just a quick follow-up on the ammunition point. So I think I heard you say it's all prepackaged. You're not, manufacturing the ammunition on site.
Correct. Yeah, it's just prepackaged that we use for the minimal amount of testing that's required. Again, if you guys, it's the cost of goods increase every round we fire, so we try to keep it to the minimal best practices.
Thank
you. Mr. Peterson?
Does your facility have an alarm system?
The location on Fort Bud Way has both video and alarm, or will have both video and alarm if approved. So it's video both internal and external, as well as additional safety measures. The building in question has two large kind of glass openings. We put in a a wall between that and the back, as well as cages and the secure storage inside as well. Everything is in accordance with the BATFE in terms of what they, the Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, Firearms, and Explosives, in terms of what they require for their storage. The license that we require to manufacture, which is specific in language and verbiage on what they call that, requires a license that they have to come in, inspect, and improve our operation, and that we're open to subsequent warrantless inspections at their discretion.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Hudson?
Can you just speak a little bit to the activity? So is it people manually assembling product?
Correct.
So it's not going to create a whole bunch of noise and stuff from machinery, that sort of thing?
Correct. The loudest machinery would be maybe an air compressor or an electric torque driver. It's all manual QC with gauges, air gauges, pins, etc., and then followed up with manual assembly to include small electric power tools and or compressed air.
Thank you.
Other questions by the board? Mr. Bellinger?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Beyond the permit that you mentioned, is there any other state or federal licenses or permits that you require prior to beginning operation?
Correct. The manufacturing license from the ATF that I spoke of earlier, the requirement for that license, the stipulation that I'm waiting in order to receive that, they've actually issued the license to our other location, but to occupy this location, it requires the conditional use permit to be permitted by this board.
Okay, great. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Alderman Clee?
Yeah, thank you. You keep referring to your other location. Is that here in Nashua?
No, ma'am. It's the training facility that we operate in Dalton, New Hampshire, in the northern part of the state. So we maintain, we provide military, law enforcement, and legally armed civilians training, and we run that operation 365 days a year up there, as well as on the road around the country.
Yep, sure.
The reason I'd asked is that we have something, I think, slightly similar to this on Canal Street. I don't know if I think they were doing experimentals, and much like you, they needed the approval here. We're getting a lot of feedback, I'm sorry. They need the approval from zoning and planning before you can get your license on a federal level. Is that what I've heard?
Correct, yes. The ATF agent that we've been working with, the only thing that we need to clear to get the permit here is the conditional use permit for the place itself. And otherwise, I'm unfamiliar with the operation on Canal Street.
Yeah.
Other questions? Okay. Thanks. Anybody in the audience wishing to speak in opposition or concern? I don't think there's anybody out there. Wishing to speak for? No, hearing no one? Okay, any further questions for the applicant or staff while we're in the hearing? Okay. Hearing none, I'm going to close the hearing and jump into the meeting. Seems like a pretty straightforward conditional use to me. I don't see any sort of issues and there's really no staff stipulations either, so. Does anybody have any comments? Alderman Clee?
Thank you. Just a quick comment. With the other facility went in onto Canal Street, I was opposed to it because it was so close to residents and things like that. I think this is a little bit more in a commercial area, and I don't have those same issues. It sounds like it's got enough security as far as cameras and so on. So I think this, as you said, is very straightforward.
Anything else? Anybody want to make a motion?
Mr. Chair?
Mr. Bollinger?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd like to make a motion to approve new business, Project 823-0132, property located at 4 Bud Way, finding that it does meet the requirements outlined in Site Plan NRO Section 190-146D, and further meets all the requirements necessary for the conditional use permit. And that would be with no additional staff stipulations.
Okay, so we have that motion to approve that conditional use permit for 823-0132 by Mr. Bollinger. Do we have a second? Second by Mr. Hirsch. Any further discussion by the board? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? That motion passes unanimously. Okay, thank you. Okay. Do we still have our last?
Yes.
Okay.
He's here for the
Thank you very
last two
much to the
cases.
board for your time and consideration in this
All right,
matter.
thanks. Okay.
Have a nice night.
All right, which application are you here for? Oh, both of them. All right, let's jump into them. All right, so new business subdivision plan, this is case number 823-0114. This is GMAC Properties owner, proposed two-lot subdivision. This property is located at 96 Wellington Street. For the board, has anybody had a chance to take a look at this application and want to make a motion as to whether it's ready for us to take jurisdiction?
So moved, Mr. Chair.
So we have a motion to take jurisdiction of 823-0114 by Mr. Ballinger. Do we have a second?
Second.
Second by Mr. Varley. Any further discussion by the board on the jurisdiction? All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? None? Okay, we've got jurisdiction. Yep, you can go ahead and present.
Good evening, Mr. Chair, board members. My name is Dan Borowski. I'm a project surveyor with Fieldstone Land Consultants, and I'm here tonight to present a two-lot subdivision of lot 65-200. It's a corner lot that currently is 27,709 square feet, which is about 0.636 acres, with frontage on both Wellington Street and Elliott Street. The subdivision proposes the creation of a new lot consisting of 13,761 square feet, leaving the revised lot with 13,947 square feet in a zone where 7,500 square feet is required. The site contains a single-family home currently with on-site propane, overhead electricity, and municipal water and sewer services. Per the previous owner, we understand that the city doesn't have record of the sewer line location for this property, and we're willing to work with the Public Works Department to dye test and video inspect the existing sewer line to ensure that its location will require an easement and that the line is in good repair. The proposed new lot will be serviced by municipal sewer, water, and gas from Liberty Utilities and underground electricity. The existing lot contains several buried or partially buried structures, cavities, et cetera, that are shown and noted on the existing conditions plan. These are proposed to be removed and filled with the construction of a single-family dwelling. Several trees are also proposed to be removed for the installation of the underground utilities and the single-family home and driveway. 2 leaching catch basins are proposed to contain drainage on site, and a stamped stormwater report was submitted today with the revised plans addressing the staff report comments. We are seeking 3 waivers with this application. We request a waiver from showing the physical features within 1,000 feet of the site. With the proposed subdivision is very minor in nature, and there's no real apparent need or benefit from strict adherence to that requirement. We're also seeking a waiver for the sidewalks. There currently are no sidewalks within 250 feet of this parcel, and there's no ability to further subdivide either of these lots. So in lieu of that, we propose a financial contribution of the $50 per linear foot of sidewalk that would be constructed, or that totals $8,521 per our waiver request letter. And lastly, we're requesting a waiver from bylaw 9.5, allowing the planning board to sign and record a proposed subdivision plan before the statutory appeal period is up. Our client is under a really strict upcoming deadline with, I think, the existing house is under contract. And we're not asking for a shortened appeal period, just that the recording process commenced before the end of the appeal period. And with that, thank you, and I'd be happy to answer any questions you have.
Okay, thanks. So you understand the, when you're requesting the waiver for essentially moving forward before the appeal period, that's kind of at your risk.
Exactly, yes.
Yeah.
We've done it in other towns,
okay.
but at the risk of the applicant, yes.
Yeah, right, that's at the applicant's risk, okay, so that's clear. Other questions by the board? Alderman Cleat?
Thank you. This property is in my ward, and as you stated, there's a lot of cabinets. Certain things were attempted to be built and so on. So all of those walls and so on will be removed, and
Yes, ma'am.
the ground will be cleared to I'm sure we don't have anybody here to speak against it, so I think the neighbors within that area would appreciate seeing a home there rather than the big hole.
I actually did, I stopped by a site right before the meeting, and there was an abutter who was out walking her dog, and she said she would have been here if she didn't have a church meeting at her house.
Yeah.
If she had known it would be 11 o'clock, I'm sure she could have made it. But she was very much in favor of it because it would make the property much more fitting with the surrounding neighborhood.
May I?
Yes, go ahead.
I have personally spoken with some of those neighbors, and one to the, while looking at it, one to the left there, right on that corner there, who has been viewing that eyesore for a very long time. So I really am glad to see that this is going to be developed, and having one more new house is always one more new good thing. So, thank you.
Other questions by the board? Mr. Hudson?
Yes, Mr. Chair, I don't know if this is for staff or the applicant per se, but there is a sidewalk waiver request, and although I don't take objection to it, it has been noted there's no sidewalk within 250 feet of the property. And I think that is up and down Wellington, because I think there is a sidewalk about 40 feet away across the street on Elliott Street, so I just don't know.
Well, it has to be on the same side of the road as well.
So in this case, that since the address is on Wellington, because it does have frontage on Elliott as well, so is that the jurisdiction, is that how we determine the jurisdiction where the sidewalk goes or doesn't go? Because this is a corner lot, so that was the part that confused me, that I was just wanted
actually, it's
clarification.
If you look at the Wellington, is it Wellington that goes north-south?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Wellington.
Yes, Wellington is.
That's what you're paying the sidewalk contribution for, and there's no sidewalk within 250 feet on that side of the road. That's how the ordinance is written. So we're not, I realize there's sidewalk on the east-west street. But
Elliott
it's
Street.
not within
Elliott,
250 feet. It's on the other side of the road.
Is that because that's where it's addressed from, where the driveway's from, or what?
Yeah, I believe
what triggers
that-
picking that street versus the other street?
That's where the address was coming from.
Okay,
Yeah.
thank
Yeah,
you.
and just to let you know, I did have this discussion with the planning manager, because we had the same question, and we determined that it would just be for Wellington Street. If there was another sidewalk on that within 250 feet, then they would not be eligible.
Right.
Thank you for the clarification.
Okay. Any other questions for the applicant?
Actually,
Mr. Bollinger?
Mr. Chair, just a question for staff. It looks like 2 staff reports made it in.
Yeah, the amended one, 9/5/2023 would be the one that would be the most,
Yeah.
yeah, the first one, yeah.
Is it? Okay.
Yeah, amended on 9/5.
Yeah, it's the.
Oh, okay.
It's right on the top.
I'm sorry. I missed that notation. Thank you.
Great. Other questions by the board? Mr. Farley?
It's just a question for Mr. Hudson, actually. I know the applicant indicated they had submitted a revised stormwater report today. I just wanted to clarify, there's no.
Haven't looked at it.
Okay.
No, we didn't have an opportunity to review any of the materials submitted today, but I think the applicants testified that they've addressed them, so hopefully that's the case. Otherwise, we'll go another round or whatever it takes, but the condition is on our original letter because we haven't had a chance to review any of the new stuff
Okay, but the
yet.
condition's still in here, so.
Yeah.
We're good. Okay.
Yeah, and just to clarify, I think they went a little more than they needed to on the stormwater report. It's not just a stamped letter, they've actually got into details on it as well, so.
Any further questions? Okay. At this point, I'll open it up to anybody in the audience. There's nobody here, so I guess we're not gonna hear anybody.
Coffee cup.
Yeah, so I don't think we have to go through those motions.
Is anybody online?
I don't think there's anybody online either, right?
There's one person there's 2 people online, but they're not
No
raising
hands
their
waved?
hand or
Okay.
unmuting.
Okay. All right, so any other questions by the board of the applicant or staff while we're in the hearing? Yeah, I'm going to go ahead and close the hearing on this item and go into the meeting. Again, seems pretty straightforward. Seems like a few folks on the board have some positive feelings about dealing with what is a relatively poorly developed site at the moment. So I would echo that. I haven't been by there myself, that this would be definite improvement. So, and these waivers seem pretty straightforward. We have done the waiver of the appeal period before. The applicant clearly understands that that's on them. If there's an appeal that causes them to go backwards or something. So I don't have any issues with that. The sidewalk thing seems appropriate. We've talked through that. So, any other comments by the board? Mr. Hudson?
Just in the staff report conditions, number 7 is referenced in the letter from Joe Mandola. I think the date should be August 21st. And I don't know if there was confusion with number 8 with a different date.
No, I don't think the fire comments changed.
Okay, so 7 should be August 21st. Yeah.
All right. All right, does anybody want to make a motion? Mr. Barley?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would make a motion to approve new business project A23-0114 subdivision plan. And that motion would be with finding that the plan does meet the requirements outlined in site plan NRO section 190-146D, with a total of 12 stipulations. The first 3 of those being waiver requests. Stipulation 1, meeting request for a waiver from section 190-28110 regarding showing physical features. Read is granted, will not be contrary to the spirit and intent of the regulation. The second is a request for a waiver from the planning board bylaws, section 9.5, regarding the 30-day waiting period, and that waiver is granted. And then number 3 being a waiver request from section 190-212A1 with respect to sidewalks. That will read is granted, finding the waiver will not be contrary to the spirit and intent of the regulation, noting that the applicant will make a contribution in lieu of construction of sidewalks in the amount of $8,521. Stipulations 4 through 6 as written in the staff report. Stipulation number 7 will be amended to change the date to August 21st, 2023, and then stipulations 8 through 12 as written in the staff report.
Okay, so we have that motion to approve this subdivision plan with the stipulations as stated by Mr. Varley. Do we have a second? Second by Mr. Hirsch. Any further discussion by the board? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? And that motion passes. All right, this last one looks pretty quick as well, so let's see if we can get through this one. Case number, this next up on the agenda is case number A23-0143. This is David Matthews Smith, Horizon Inn Homes Elite LLC owners. It's a proposed lot line relocation. This property is located at 21 Columbia Avenue and 15 Bartlett Avenue. Anybody from the board had a chance to take a look at this application and want to make a motion as to whether it's ready for us to take jurisdiction?
Mr. Chair?
Mr. Bollinger?
Thank you. I'd like to make a motion to accept jurisdiction over new business, case number 823-0143.
All right, so we have a motion to take jurisdiction of this case. Do we have a second? Second by Mr. Hirsch. Any further discussion on jurisdiction by the board? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? That motion passes and we have jurisdiction. Okay, you can go ahead and present.
Good evening, Mr. Chair, board members. My name is Still Damborowski, and I'm still a project surveyor with Fieldstone Land Consultants. And tonight, I'm here to present a small lot line adjustment between lots 57-3, lot 2, and lot 65-208. This proposal consists of transferring parcel A, which is about 6/100ths of an acre, or 2,854 square feet, from lot 57-3, lot 2, to lot 65-208. The resulting lot sizes will be 20,704 square feet and 20,747 square feet in a zone where 7,500 square feet is required. Both lots are located in the RA zone, which requires 7,500 square feet, minimum lot area, and 60 feet of frontage. 5732 is currently undeveloped as it's part of a major subdivision that was conditionally approved by this board in February of this year. Lot 65200 contains a single-family home and associated site improvements. Parcel A, which is to be transferred, is currently vacant and located in the rear of both lots, leaving their existing frontages unchanged. We are seeking a waiver from showing physical features within 1,000 feet of this site, as the proposed lot line adjustment is very minor in nature, and there's no apparent need or benefit for strict adherence to that requirement. And with that, I'd be happy to answer any questions the board might have.
Okay. Alderman Clee?
Thank you very much. I think my question that I'm having is just for clarification, so 21 Columbia Ave will gain space from the Reasonin project?
Correct.
Will that square off their property, or will they still have that one? I'm looking at it from the GIS. They kind of have a square with a little finger kind of going up.
It's
21 Columbia.
It's going to kind of cut the, it's showing up on the board right now, where I have a printout of the proposed lot lines, if that's.
So, I don't know if you can see this, but I'm kind of looking at.
Yeah, yeah.
I apologize.
You need to, if you're going to talk to them.
Yeah,
you need to grab
I was
the
going
mic.
to say.
Or grab her microphone, that's fine.
So as you can see here, that's why I was just asking if it was going to square off that property.
It's not going to square off. It's going to be a little triangular section. So it's from this corner right here down to that corner right there.
Got it. Thank you so much.
So it doesn't quite square it off, but it makes it more regular.
Yeah, so it's basically a little triangular piece that's moving from one to the other. Yeah. Got it. Other questions by the board of the applicant? Okay. Again, anybody in the audience or on Zoom wishing to speak? Not seeing or hearing anybody? So any further questions of the applicant or staff by the board while we're in the hearing? Okay, hearing none, I will go ahead and close the hearing. Move into the meeting. Seems like a pretty straightforward little adjustment to sort of make some lots a little more regular, which makes sense to me. Any comments? No? Anybody want to make a motion? Mr. Varley.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would make a motion to approve new business project A23-0143, lot line relocation plan, finding that the plan does meet the requirements outlined in NRO section 190-138G, with a total of 4 stipulations. The first being a waiver request for a waiver of section 190-282B9, showing physical features within 1,000 feet. Reading is granted. Will not be contrary to the spirit and intent of the regulation, and stipulations 2 through 4 as written in the staff report.
Okay, so we have that motion to approve case number A23-0143 with the 4 stipulations as stated by Mr. Varley. Do we have a second?
Oh, one thing, should we put
let's
the
get
date
this-
in,
let's
the
get
date for Joey Mandola?
We had well, there is a letter, but it says they have no comments.
Yeah. Yeah, it was no comment. Yeah. Okay, any second on it? Second by Mr. Hirsch. Any further discussion by the board? Okay, hearing none. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? None, that motion passes. All right. Yeah, thanks for your patience. Okay, so let's get the tentative agenda. People take a look at that real quick and let me know whether you can make a motion on that.
Mr. Chair,
Yep.
I have reviewed it, and so subject to any further discussion on the motion, I would make a motion that having reviewed the tentative agenda, there are no proposals of regional impact.
All right, so we have that motion by Mr. Varley. There are no proposals on the tentative agenda of regional impact. Do we have a second?
Second.
Second by Mr. Bollinger. Any further discussion by the board? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? And that motion passes. Okay. I think the discussion item, I'd just soon punt it to the next.
You wanna-
Okay?
Yes.
Yeah,
You good with that?
I don't really have anything to discuss right now anyway.
Okay, all right. We'll
You're all
move
discussed
that.
up?
Yeah.
Yeah, we can push that off onto the next one. So. Any other discussion items by anybody here?
Me?
Go ahead.
So Sam was on Zoom, but I
Yep.
told him to go to bed since he's still on baby watch.
Yeah.
But he did want me to just let the board know
Yeah.
that we've signed the contract with Principal Group
Right.
and on the code update.
Okay.
So we are expecting to start work on that shortly. And let's see, he said, over the next couple of meetings, we're going to have a number of topics in the next coming months, and to expect a number of presentations at the board meetings and invitation to engagement events. And I also just wanted to let you know that Kate in our office was promoted to Chris's position. So I think you all got an email
We
from
did.
her.
Yep.
So she's got her job, and now we're going to have to hire somebody for her position.
Okay.
And also, I just want to thank everybody for their patience with us uploading the reports, especially for the project tonight. We were just constantly getting new information, and the staff reports were revised several times at the last minute. So we're still kind of working all the bugs out on that, and hopefully we'll get that, working a little bit better. So it gets up there, uploaded faster and quicker. I had gotten a call from Morgan that, because some of the things weren't up there fast enough.
Yeah.
So, we are working, we are trying to get that done.
All right.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think it's working pretty well. Alderman Cleek?
Thank you. I have to admit, I tend to look at things over the weekend, and I know things are coming there. I always thought there was a deadline as to when certain documents had to become. Now that in the past, if a new document came through, we had it sitting here at our desk when we came in, or if there was a way of letting us know that there's something new there and what it is, that would be really helpful, because I felt myself kind of scrambling around going, okay, what's new, what did I miss, and so on. And that makes it difficult. I love the online, I'm not complaining about it, but if I could get a heads up, something new's come in, it's for this project, I don't mind going fishing through and looking through it, just give me a kind of point me in the right direction.
No, totally understand. We were getting a
I
little
know.
overwhelmed at the end too. But we do have a deadline for abutters and applicants to submit new material, which is Wednesday at 4 p.m. Because otherwise, as we've seen in other projects, getting hit last minute with like 500 pages of traffic reports, the day of the meeting is just so overwhelming.
It's not fair to you guys, it's not fair.
Yeah.
But may I comment? Did I not hear, though, that, like, as of today, there was a sewer thing that was,
Yeah,
that
something
was-
just came in.
But that's what I'm saying, is so that came in from the applicant.
We didn't forward that on to you.
No, I know it didn't get forwarded to us.
No.
Yeah.
Changed today.
It came in so
No, but,
late.
but the comment that I'm making is that
Yeah.
a new report came in, and even Mr. Hudson didn't have a chance to review it. And I always thought that when that happened, we didn't do
Well,
the.
The way we looked
we
at
didn't
that,
move
it was better to have it and let you know that it's here because it was required versus him not having it, you know.
We'll
I guess-
talk to Sam
Yeah.
about maybe
Yeah.
sending out an email to let you know that
That
as
would
of
be
this
fine.
date, the following item is,
Changed or whatever.
Yeah.
Perfect.
Yeah, that'd be good.
Yeah, we have to go back and forth sometime. These guys are so busy in the private sector there that it's like pulling teeth sometimes to get things out of them. So we try to give you a complete set as much
Mr.
as.
Chair, I've probably been as vocal about late submittals as anybody, but I guess even in my own mind, I would make the distinction between something that you expect to be actionable versus not. For instance, the late stormwater report, I don't think there was any expectation by the applicant or staff that that was going to get reviewed tonight. However, it was so stipulated in the conditions that you had to comply with the review letter. I think in some of the other extreme cases, we've had 50 or 75-page legal briefs dumped the day before, very large traffic analyses. I think that's where it's very fair to publicly tell folks you can't do business that way, but I think on maybe some lesser items that aren't as critical, My 2 cents anyway.
Multiple decisions, that's the difference.
Yeah, not to belabor the point, but I mean, if I wasn't comfortable with conditional approval based upon the information that we didn't have or the changes that we'd asked to be made, I would let you know. I mean, typically, it's just crossing the i's and, crossing the i's? No. Dotting the i's and crossing the.
It's late.
It's late. And mostly for staff. I mean, I don't think you guys care too much about a stormwater report for a two-lot subdivision. But you know, the larger projects and whatnot, I understand that. So, yeah, I'll let you know if it's something that I'm not comfortable with when we get that situation.
Okay. Anything else? All right. Entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
All right, so we have a motion to adjourn by Mr. Bollinger. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? None. We are adjourned 11:12 p.m. Thanks, everyone, for their patience. I think it'll help us go in.